And like she told me, you should get this thing.
My grandmother was born in Sweden, my parents were born in Sweden. Like, I thought I was gonna be like half French and half Swedish, and like there's no Scandinavian at all in our DNA. And it's for 26% Irish, 25% like generally UK, and then there's like all the rest is just like Western European, which I guess is French too, but it's like live from like or Norse, I mean that kind of stuff. It's just like we're nuts. It was really funny. Yeah, for sure. Then you throw in like adoptions and things like that, and you get completely different branches. And that does really happen. When I've read stories where one of them was happy to find out that they're like person has been for years and it's like the man had an extra alongside kind of thing. I've seen those read stories. I'm like, that made up. There's every other. I'm sure it's probably acid versus acid gas frequency. Yeah. In my age group, there was a lot of people like got pregnant on wedlock. Things were different after the race like my aunt did that. And so technically the oldest cousin of my family is me, it's him. Nobody else, nothing, never reached out to the family, like, a lot of people do that, so they have no idea who he is, and I'm like, superstar. Love it. This is better. That's a travesty. I was.
Y'all are good, right?
Yeah. I do. You got my microphone? I got my water. Yes, my microphone. Hey! All right. Is it live streaming?
Yes.
Okay, so if I speak to the audience. It was very happy to turn on the picture, so just read it. Yeah, that makes, okay. Please, yeah, like. It is easy, that. And this is gonna be a $500 myself, so that's something worth it. Look at the picture of Daddy, so and, so the outfit and and then that would be, it's like, that I did, like, for you to receive everything that I just got to you now. So you're gonna oh, perfect. I didn't see it. It's kind of funny here, but it's a lot. Otherwise, you sit here and you listen to it by yourself. It's not, but
Hello?
So for all the future speakers, I noticed a couple of speakers yesterday were forgetting to repeat questions. So yeah. So like I just told Michelle that all the future speakers, just remind them, when someone has a question, make sure to repeat the question. We went for live stream. Okay, the other room doesn't have that, so.
Yeah, we tried to, people were asking if we could get over to them, like, didn't raise our hand, and we could go to them.
So, wait, here.
Yeah. So we tried
No, okay. Okay,
And a bigger room, she was like,
awesome,
good for her.
awesome.
We'll try that.
All right,
Yeah, I wore my accent.
yes. Good shoes. So, well, everyone's like, it's on brand, it's Phoenix Suns colors. And I'm like, I ordered these last summer because they were the brand I liked. They were on closeout. And my daughter, who's 20, goes, oh, Mom, those colors are awful. I'm like, I don't care. They're the brand I want, they're comfortable, and that's the size I need. I don't care what they look like. I want them to feel good. And now everyone loves them. She thought they were awful.
So do you usually
Yeah, we were doing that, right.
I just realized that there was music playing. Like, it was like so much in the background before that I didn't notice it, and it was like really quiet. And I like started to do this kind of thing, and I was like, oh, maybe not. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Then again, I'm like, why I was on a webinar really good last week called for case study P. They had an application. And it was a 15 minutes and then you post show for before and you're like waiting and screen your own right, you can go on your green room. And it doesn't start till an hour. And so you're just there and you're listening to that like and I'm like, this is horrible music. This is terrible. And like 2 minutes later I'm like, why are we dancing to horrible music? But it was fun, and I was like, you can't like talk to them, because you're not online, you're like running it. You can text back and forth through the chat, so it's so much fun. You're good.
Good morning, everyone. Hope you're all doing well today. Allow me to introduce Michelle Frechette. She's the Director of Community Engagement for Stellar WP at Liquid Web. Michelle was also called the busiest woman in WordPress by Matt Mullenweg at WCUS 2022. She lives outside of Rochester, New York, where she's an avid nature photographer. You can learn more about Michelle at meetmichelle.online. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining me so early in the morning. It's actually, 9:30, so it's afternoon where I'm from, so I'm like wide awake, but if you're not, it's okay. Just take your breath, do what you gotta do to wake up, turn and look at the light if you really need to feel like you've got the sunshine on you, because it's as bright as the Phoenix sun in here right now, which I love. It's great. So I'm here today to talk about what belonging in WordPress means, and I have the idea that it's making more room at the table. We've all heard that, right? Like make more room at the table thing. And that's what I'm going to talk about today. Not accessibility on your screens, not making web more accessible, which is very important, but also how do we include more people from underrepresented groups in the things that we do in WordPress. But before we get to that, I am doing a selfie challenge this weekend. I am raising money for Big Orange Heart, which is a nonprofit organization that supports mental well-being in WordPress and remote work. And if I get 100 selfies, I have 6 companies that are donating over $2,000 to the organization, which helps us every month continue to move forward and support people. So this is what I'm asking you to do. Take out your phones, turn around and take a picture of yourself with me in the background, and then tweet it out tag me, which you see on the screen, and the hashtag that you see on the screen, and that's going to help me meet my goal and get those companies to donate money to support mental well-being in WordPress. So let's do it. I'm smiling. Take your pictures, tweet it out. I got to get 100 of these, folks. If you're watching at home, turn around in front of your screen and do it too. You don't have to be in Phoenix to meet the selfie challenge. You can do it on Mastodon or Facebook too. LinkedIn, anywhere. I'm going to count it anywhere. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate that. And I really do work hard to support those kind of charities that really help people in WordPress. So I appreciate you helping me out. So web accessibility is super, super important, right? We understand that people need to be able to use screen readers to read your website. We know that there are people with motor skill issues. Funny story, my mother once said to me, my laptop is broken. So what do you mean your laptop is broken? She said, I log in and then I can't do anything. I can't type anything. I said, but wait, you said you log in. Like, do you type your password in? Yes, but once I get through that, I can't do anything. I said, well, that's really odd. Let me come over and take a look at your computer. Well, my mother, who uses a wheelchair, had put the handicap accessibility on her laptop, but her legs are the what doesn't work. Everything else is fine. So I had to start Googling and realize that when you put that feature on a PC, it means that you have to hold the keyboard or key down for 5 seconds or more for it to register. That's to help people who maybe have Parkinson's and things like that, to be able to hold that key down and not hit it multiple times. So once I figured that out, I turned it off. Her keyboard worked again, and she was happy. So that also helped me realize that it's more than just screen reading, right? There's a lot that goes on to accommodating people on your website for accessibility reasons. There are people who are neurodivergent. There are people who are colorblind. Navigation, color contrast, all of those things are super important. And so my talk today is not to downplay any of that. And so go to those accessibility talks, listen to what's going on, listen to the webinars. All of that is very important, but that's not what I'm here to talk about today. So what I'm talking about today is how do we include underrepresented groups in all that we do in WordPress? How do we create opportunities for inclusion? And make sure that it's opt-in. Opt-in is so important. You don't include people by forcing them to be in the room and forcing them into positions that are uncomfortable for them. We have to create opportunities for people to want to opt into those. And so I want to tell you a story about an organization, a project that I created with Allie Nimmons called Underrepresented in Tech. Underrepresentedintech.com is the website. It is always free to use. It is free to join. And what it is it's a database for anybody in any underrepresented group to join the database. You can put your bio, you can put a photo of yourself, although you don't have to. And you can put what opportunities you're looking for in technology. If you're looking for a full-time job, if you're looking for a part-time job, if you want to be a guest blogger, if you want to speak on somebody's podcast, you want to speak at an event or help organize an event, all of those are options within underrepresentedtech.com. It is an opt-in only. I will never say to Laura, you have to be in my database, I'm going to put you in there. Of course not. But it's an opportunity into a place that people can search them. It is free to join. It will always be free to join. We've made that commitment. It is free to search, and it will always be free to search. We have made that commitment because underrepresented folks already get taxed enough and already get overlooked enough that to charge at any part of that would mean that they're already, again, not getting the views that they need to get. And I am part of that group too, of course, right? So by they, I mean all of us. We started it because Allie and I have very public positions in the WordPress community, and so people approach us and ask us for help all the time. So we would get approached and say, we've got this event, and so far we've got 10 men who've applied. Do you know any women that we can ask? Okay, that was a fair question. I know a bunch of people that might want to speak. Or it's all white people. Do you know any black people we could ask to join? And it started to feel really tokenizing. And it also started to feel like I was gatekeeping underrepresented people because nobody else was being asked those questions. And if I only knew a small percentage of all the people who might be eligible, might want those opportunities, who am I not representing? And so it was really important for us to create a tool that people could opt into because they were looking for those opportunities. And I wasn't giving out your name without your permission. And so it was super important. So we started by creating, the idea was to create a spreadsheet that then we could say, oh, you know, like Joe Simpson Jr. said he'd love to be contacted. So I would add him to the spreadsheet. And then when people asked me, I could review my spreadsheet. Well, that felt still very gatekeepy and very small and almost too small. So we created the website Underrepresented in Tech for people to be able to opt in. And most of the database is people I don't know, which for me is a success, right? We have 200 people right now in that database who want to be found. What was also important to us is that we find out why you are underrepresented. Because a cis white male doesn't look like somebody in their photo who might be in an underrepresented group. But they could be LGBTQ, they could be disabled. There's a whole host of reasons that somebody that looks the norm might also be underrepresented. So we ask those questions, but we don't publish that information because your underrepresented quality is not my job to tell somebody, and I'm not going to reveal anything about you that you might not want revealed. But we do vet through that process so that you know if you find somebody in that database that you want to speak at your event, they are in an underrepresented group, and we have that information. So it was super important for us to be able to create a tool that met all those criteria. And then also it kind of helps fight that imposter syndrome because we've put you in a database that also says somebody else believes that I can do this, right? So you can opt into that. We vet you and we're like, yeah, this person really should be found. Do we deny people? We deny people when it looks like it's a bot, right? So like almost everybody, if you tell us who you are and you give us real information to be able to know who you are on the web, you're gonna end up in the database and you're gonna be able to be found. But we have had some bad players that put themselves in there and with wrong information. And I mean, come on, we're smart people who work in web. We can figure some of that stuff out. I do want to say it's not a 501c3. We are not a non-for-profit, but we also are not asking for money at all. We do have a tip jar on the site, and that's only because there are so many people who wanted to support the work that we do. And if we look over the course of the 2.5 years that we've had that, I think we've brought in about $2,000, which is about 25 cents an hour what the work that we put into it. So it is not a revenue generator. We are not looking to make money. It really is just a gift back to the tech community. And so that are happening in the community, we started a podcast. We have one this year, and I couldn't find time to record with Allie, but probably 48 to 50 weeks out of the year, you're going to get a podcast. And we keep it real. We talk about things that really upset us. We talk about things that we are super excited about and things that we see in the community. I'm going to pick on Laura. She's been a guest on the podcast. And we talked about some things. I think we were talking about women in WordPress and things like that. And it's just exciting to be able to have guests sometimes, but also talk about the things that really need to be talked about, but that people usually talk about with their hands over their mouths, one-on-one, where there's not a microphone in front of your face, because people don't know how to talk about things like that. And I'm 54 years old, I don't care. I'll talk about anything because it's important to me, and I think that it's important to share. So, super, super fun. But that's how I got started in all of this. And then you start to look at things, and you start to really kind of feel things out, and you start to talk to people who have real issues, but they're not confident enough, or they don't feel it's their place, or their voice isn't big enough to be able to speak those issues. I will be your mouthpiece, and I will talk about the issues and the hard issues. I gave this talk last year at WordCamp Montclair. Between that time and today, I attended WordCamp US. And as a physically disabled person, it was one of the most trying 5 days of my entire life. It was in a venue that was technically accessible, but even the doors that had paddles I could push to get them to automatically open didn't work. I could not go through a door unless somebody opened it for me because of the size of the doors and the narrowness of the hallways and things like that. I got to my room and burst into tears when I realized that my handicapped accessible room had a bathtub that I would have to lift my legs, step into, and hope I didn't fall. As a result of what I experienced at WordCamp US and what others told me their experiences were, I wrote an article on Post Status called 5 Days Without a Shower. Because I spent the entire time in Southern California putting extra perfume on every day because I was afraid that I was the one people were gonna go, what stinks in here? So 5 days without a shower, the first line says, that smell at WordPress, yeah, that was, at WordCamp, that was me. And I went on to talk about the things that were difficult for me and the things I'd heard other people have difficulties with, such as meals that they needed because of allergies, meals that they needed because of religious convictions, and other things that happened to other people. I wrote it very matter-of-factly, not scathingly. I talked about the things that worked really well and the people who helped me with accommodations that worked really well and how people were able to meet their needs outside of the things that they experienced through the organization. And I gave a list of things that I thought would be helpful moving forward, because I'd never like to complain without trying to think about things that we could do to improve upon those conditions. As a result of that article, WordCamps are becoming much more physically accessible. There's a ramp here. I'm not on the floor in front of you. I'm actually up here because of things like that. WordCamp Asia, I went to Asia for the first time in my life, really worried that it was gonna be a difficult to navigate place to be. It was the most accessible WordCamp I've ever been at. This one is a close second, because everything here I've been able to do as well. If we use our voices, if I have a platform like this to speak, we can affect a change. So my challenge is that there is always an opportunity. If you don't have a disability, if you aren't from a minority group or an underrepresented group, you can still be part of the solution to the things that other people experience. So at events, I love the idea that I'm older. If you haven't watched Field of Dreams or heard this, if you build it, they will come. It's not true. If you build it, you will not necessarily get underrepresented people to apply to participate in your group. You have to do research. You have to figure out who you want to speak at your, let's talk about speaking at an event. Who do you want on your stage? There was an event, it was pre-pandemic. I'm gonna guess Kathy knows what I'm talking about too. There was an event somewhere in Europe. I don't even remember what it was, which is a good thing because I'd probably still be really hot about it if I did. And it was not WordPress specific, but it was a tech event with a lot of WordPress people that were supposed to come. They had 10 speakers on the speaker page. Every single one of them, 9 of them were white males and 1 was an Asian male. There was not a single woman in the lineup. And I didn't even know that this conference was coming up. And somebody, it started to make a really big hullabaloo on Twitter because people were like, especially women were like, excuse me, there's no women, there's no, anybody that's not a male on your list. And so they were like, started asking women like, hey, Laura, will you be a speaker? And Laura wasn't, I don't know if you were asked, but she was like, yeah, I don't want to be your token woman on the team. And so the women that were asked were like, I'm not going to come in and be your savior because you have to have a token woman on your team. The event got canceled. The event got canceled. To me, which is a victory, right? Because you have to do your research. You have to say, oh, look, we only had white people apply. How can I get a more diverse panel of speakers? How can I get a more diverse audience? And how can I get more diverse organizers? We as human beings operate very homogeneously, right? So if I grew up in an area that is primarily white people, I am going to have a lot of friends that are primarily white people, and I'm going to think about primarily white people when I think about creating an event. That's just how we function. That's how we grew up over the years of having less diversity. We have to do research to create more diversity. And then we have to do outreach. How are you inviting people? And most of the time it's like, there's a form online to apply to speak. They can apply if they want to. Well, as soon as you start to talk about a group of people using they and them, and I'm not talking about pronouns for individuals, because I 100% approve of pronouns for individuals. I'm talking about categorizing an entire group as they, them, because now you have said they're not part of us. And so if you want to say, I want more diverse speakers, how can I get more diverse speakers? You have to outreach to diverse populations. You have to go to a tool like Underrepresented in Tech, look for people who are interested in speaking about the topics you want, and invite them to apply. You don't have to guarantee anybody a position on your stage. If they apply with topics that don't make sense for what you're doing, then obviously it's not a good fit. But you will find people from diverse populations that will fit what you're looking for if you do the outreach and the research to invite them. Also, underrepresented people typically are underpaid what everybody else is. If you can't afford to compensate your speakers, compensate your speakers. WordCamps don't do that. We volunteer to be here, we pay our own way, or our companies do, and that's wonderful. But if you are creating an event that is the purpose of is to create revenue, then don't rely on underrepresented folks to help you pad your wallet. You need to pay for people to speak at your event. I don't care if it's $100 as a thank you because that's what you can afford and that's a percentage of your intake and all that. But if you can't afford to compensate people and you're making money off the event, you need to think about how you're running your event. And then you have to think about, what does your call for speakers, organizers, sponsors, participants look like? If you go to that page and you have photos of people and everybody in that photo is white, you have said, I'm not interested in having diversity at this event. So if you don't have photos that have diverse people in them, don't put a photo on that page. And don't go to Unsplash and just pick a photo of people you don't know and put it on your website, because guess what? Us underrepresented folks, we can spot stock imagery very quickly because it looks very different than what you took last year at your event. So be careful about how you do that, but also don't make it look like the good old boys white network that just takes everybody else out of the equation. Make sure it is what you want it to be and inviting to everybody to be able to attend and to apply. Let's talk about your products. If you are working in an organization and you have a product, whether it's a plugin or a physical product, whatever, make sure that you have people in your marketing team that are diverse. In the 60s, 50s, 60s, even the 70s, vacuum cleaners were not marketed to women. They were marketed from men to men, because what wife doesn't want to receive a vacuum cleaner under the Christmas tree or for Mother's Day? I'll tell you who, all of us. None of us want a vacuum, unless we specifically ask for it. Like if somebody wanted to give me a Dyson, I would not say no. But actually a Roomba, because I'm not pushing a vacuum cleaner around my house. And no, I don't really want a Roomba. I hire people to clean my house because that's what I can do. However, you want to make sure that you have diverse people on your marketing team and on your design team that can market to people everywhere. If your product doesn't look like it belongs to me and in my home, I'm not going to buy it. And men have learned over the years, by the way, not to buy vacuum cleaners for their spouses and their girlfriends and their significant others, because that is not a romantic gesture in any way, shape, or form. So make sure that the people who are designing and the people who are marketing are diverse so that they understand what it means to market to their groups and their families and their moms and their sisters and their brothers and whomever. That's how you actually do better at sales, is to make sure that you're inclusive in your marketing. Does it work for everyone? I grew up in a time, and maybe this is still the case, it should be, there were special scissors for lefties when I was growing up. And I remember trying them, right? And even in my left hand, I could not make those scissors work because I'm not left-handed. But the fact that they were in the classroom meant that left-handed people were also included in the classroom. So make sure that if you don't have, like, if your mug has a saying on one side and not both sides, then that is either going to be shown to somebody else or to me. Put your logo on both sides of the mug, because now it fits for everybody, regardless of which hand they're holding it in. Those are the kinds of things you need to think about when you think about how you're inclusive with what the product itself is. And are you marketing right? Of course, we talked about that. It really does affect your sales, and it affects your bottom line. One of my favorite campaigns over the last few years was at the holiday season by Etsy. Etsy has become an organization that markets specifically inclusively. I do cry easily, this is true, but I cry at the Etsy commercials because they just pluck my heartstrings in a way that make it sing. They are so inclusive. The one that really got me was a gay couple, and the man is meeting his significant other's family for the first time at the holidays, and he's afraid he's not going to be, he's a black man, the white man, he's afraid he's not going to be accepted ethnically. He's afraid he's not going to be accepted as a gay man. This is all new territory, meeting the family, and the father hands him a gift. Okay, I'm not going to cry. The father hands him a gift, and it was a special thing from Etsy, and it was an ornament. It said, "Welcome to the family." And like the picture of the two of them had been hand stitched. And I was like, they accept him. I'm like, oh, I cried and everything. There was a Cheerios commercial with a biracial family, and the little girl comes running, and it was all over. Like the right wings were like, this is terrible, I'm never buying Cheerios. Like, I don't even eat cereal, but I'm buying 3 boxes this week, right? Like, pluck at the heartstrings. If you cater to everybody, make sure, and I understand target marketing isn't targeted to everybody, but target marketing still includes all of the subsets of everybody, right? So maybe you're really targeting people who are stay-at-home caregivers. Those aren't all white women. Those are men, non-binary, women of all ethnicities. So make sure you take that into account, even if it's a very niche market. It makes a difference. Your podcast is better if it only isn't ever white men on your podcast. And I challenge you, think about the podcasts you listen to. A lot of them are started by one type of person. A lot of them in tech were started by a white male. And then they invite their friends who invite their friends. And you look at their guest list over time and you see a lot of people that look exactly the same. If you want diversity, if you want more people to listen to your podcast, guess what? Invite more people who are not part of that one string of people to be part of your podcast. Look at those kinds of things. I have several podcasts, but the one that I started first was called WP Coffee Talk, which is coming back soon, by the way. And I didn't even think about diversity as I was doing it. I just invited people who are part of my groups, which is all the diversity that's there. And I have one of the most diverse podcasts out there because I really am about people and community. And because I'm not afraid to ask strangers to be guests. If you are running a podcast, do that. Go to the underrepresented in tech. Look at the people you follow on Twitter. Find people who are diverse and ask their opinions. Talk to them. It's super exciting when you get more experience instead of less siloed experience. The same is true for blogs. The same is true for workshops, webinars, all of that. You want to make sure that you're super inclusive and that there's a balance of gender. There's a balance of ethnicities and minorities, and that you've got, whatever it is. And I know that you can't always, let's say you have 10 speakers, you can't always make sure there's a wheelchair user. I'm not asking you to do that. I'm asking you to make sure that it's not all homogeneous and that you have diversity. Look for patterns. Look over time. Gosh, I've had 10 episodes and I've only talked to people that look just like me. That's a pattern you want to avoid. And then make it easy for people to be part of what you're doing. So on my podcast for WP Coffee Talk, nobody has to try to DM me or, hey, can I be on your podcast? I have a form on there that's like, hey, I want to be on your podcast. I'm like, great, fill it out and I will get back to you. If you meet, if you're not, I've had people apply that aren't anywhere near WordPress. It's called WP Coffee Talk. If you're not in the WordPress bubble, not a good fit. So I don't admit everybody, but if you can show me that you're in the WordPress community in any way, shape, or form, come on, let's be friends. I'm going to ask you the same questions I asked Matt Mullenweg and everybody else who's ever been on the show, because that's what I do, and I want to show different experiences at different levels of WordPress and people from different countries, 27 different countries so far, by the way. 6 continents. So if you know anybody in Antarctica, hook me up. It's a little harder to do that one, but make it easy for people to be part of it. Make it so that they can quickly fill out a form on your website that says, I want to be included, I want to be part of that. Open up your DMs on Twitter. So many people have their DMs closed. I have my DMs open. Do I get spammed a lot? Yep. Block and move on. Not a big deal. Do I get hit on a lot because I'm a woman? Yep. Block and move on. Or toy with them and have a little fun and then block and move on, which is also my MO. Depends on how busy I am and how much I really want to waste their time so that they're not moving on to the next person. And then, like I said before, do your outreach. You can't just expect people to find you and want to be included. And I will say that a lot of underrepresented folks, I know especially my experience as a woman in the past was like, oh gosh, the imposter syndrome comes in, and afraid to ask to be on it because maybe I'm not a good fit, and like all those doubts start to play in. You have to do outreach. Like I asked Renee to be on my podcast. She's been on my podcast. Laura and I have been on podcasts. Kathy's been on my podcast. Like, there's lots of people in this very room I podcasted with because I reached out to them first and was excited about having them included. But other people I've never met before find it and contact me, and that's how I'm able to grow things as I go. And then have better teams. If your team looks like you need to be a little more inclusive. Now, I have a theory. A lot of WordPress is 20 this year. That's still a relatively young ecosystem, right? I know that tech moves quickly, but it's still a relatively young ecosystem. So we didn't really start having an ecosystem right away. Like the first plugin wasn't 2 months after WordPress launched, right? So it took a little while for people to say, hey, I could design something and sell it around WordPress. So let's add on like maybe 5 years to that. So now we're only really 15 years as an ecosystem with actual money being exchanged. Well, who do you think starts a plugin company? You start a plugin company because you wanted to build something. And then it starts to grow. So you ask your friend who looks just like you. And as time goes on, you've just grown this friend group that's very homogeneous. You need to ask people, you need to make it something that people can do. What does your application look like? What language are you using? Are you encouraging or discouraging? I review as part of one of our resources on underrepresented tech. We will review your page, your application page, and tell you what might be keeping people from applying for your job. If you're using things like, if you think you might be a good fit, you've just knocked out everybody with a single doubt who might be your next best developer, your next best marketer, next best account manager. Don't do that. Make sure that you're inclusive. You're like, hey, we're glad you're here. Apply below. Because guess what? If they don't fit, you'll just move on. It's not a big deal. And like I said, it should be very easy to apply. Interviews should be easy. Emails, time for interviews. If you're a global community, make times that are outside of your normal day. Make it easy for people to apply. Yeah, do outreach is something that you're going to see pervasive. And strive for too many applications. Don't strive for just the perfect applicants, because sometimes you'll be surprised that the people who apply are the perfect fit that you didn't even know you were looking for. And all things are not equal. Even within women and equal pay day, if you look at the slide, you'll see that on average, equal pay day falls around March 31st. Asian American Pacific Islander don't have that equal pay day until February 11th. Black women, August 13th. Native American women, October 1st. And Latina women, November 2nd. So somebody in the Latina population has to work almost 2 years to make the salary as a man in the same position. That's not okay. Salary should be based on the position and not the person's gender. Exactly. So I talked a little bit at the first about making the table, like making room at the table. Guess what, folks? The table isn't real. The table is imaginary. The table's in your brain. You can make that table as big as you want, because it's not Thanksgiving dinner. You're not trying to fit the grown-ups around the table and relegate people to the kids' table. You're not setting up coffee tables and card tables. This table is as big as you can imagine and as big as you can afford to pay people in your company. There is no crowding. We all have room and elbow room to eat at that table. And nobody has to sit at the kids' table. You could have more than one table too. You can have a marketing table, you can have an executive table, you can have a development table, and all those tables should be open and equal to everybody. Intention is everything behind what you do. Is it performative? Is it tokenizing? Then you're not doing it right. Understand privilege. I podcasted recently about it. People tell me all the time, you're so lucky to get to do the things you do. I worked my ass off to be where I am today. As a 54-year-old disabled woman in tech who has a stage at WordCamp Asia, at WordCamp Phoenix, and be able to share the things that I do with you. It's not luck. And they say, well, you were at the right place at the right time. I put myself in that place. Like, no, I didn't just happen across somebody at Walmart who said, hey, you want to work in tech? That is not how it worked at all. It is not luck that we get to be where we are. It is hard work. And it is really hard work when you're in an underrepresented group. So do the work you need to do to create the environment that becomes more diverse and more inclusive. Understand the barriers that people have to participate in what you're doing so you can break down those barriers and make it accessible to everybody. And then ask people to be part of it. Those of us with privilege, we do bear the responsibility to level the playing field, because people who can't climb ladders to get where they need to be need that hand up. So if you're only reaching up, you're not doing it right. You need to reach down too. I only have a couple minutes for Q&A. That's how you can reach me. My DMs are always open, by the way, if you want to connect on anything. If you're looking for resources, we have a huge page of resources on underrepresentedtech.com. Would love for you to take a look at those. But I think we have maybe 5 minutes left, so if we have any questions, I'm happy to take them. And I'll tell you, the soapbox feels really good when you actually get up on it. Yes.
I just wanted to mention that I read the article that you were talking about, that you wrote about the WordCamp in September, and it wasn't a rant. It was so informative. It taught me a lot. Well done.
Thank you. Just for the people at home, if you didn't hear, she read the article and she really enjoyed it and learned from it. So I tried not to make it a rant. I didn't want it to be like just another angry white woman kind of thing, and be instructive. So thank you for that feedback. I really do appreciate it. Yes, question over here.
First of all, that was very moving for me. I cried multiple times.
Now I'm gonna cry.
Like, oh, good morning. So yeah, amazing talk. And besides the tips you gave us on how we can level the playing field and already what we're doing, our podcasts, our work, and everything like that, would you say, like, what are other ways we can get involved in the movement? And would you say these groups, or are there more? How can we get more involved and be more of a voice?
Thank you. The question is, how can we be more of a voice and get involved in leveling the playing field? And my answer to that is do some of the things that I said, like encourage people, right? If you have a person in an underrepresented group and you see an event that they would be an amazing speaker for, encourage them to do that. Support them in that. If they're like, well, I've never written, a topic, and I'll proofread it for you. I'll go over it with you and I'll help you, encourage you through that. Run your speech by me. I'll listen to it. Those kinds of things I think can be super encouraging. If you listen to a podcast and you think somebody that you know has a great voice that would be a good guest, encourage them and say, I will even talk to the person. I know the person and I can make that connection for you. If you can be a connector and a conduit for people who are underrepresented into more represented groups, do that. And then practice that Pac-Man idea. Do you know the Pac-Man idea? That if you're in a circle of people at a WordCamp or other event and the circle's closed, you have made it so nobody else can be part of that conversation. If you open that circle, like leave one wedge of the pie open for people, that means other people can feel included and come up. And when somebody fills that spot in that pie, open it up again and make it bigger. So make sure that you're making those kind of motions. I like to sit down at a table for lunch with people I don't know, or sit by myself and let people just join me, as opposed to only sitting with the friends that I know from all the WordCamps I go to. Because that makes it possible for me to know more people and me to be involved in a different way. So thank you for that question.
Wonderful
Yes,
job.
another question over here. Oh, sorry, you'll be next.
Will you throw, we've all snapped this. Will you throw the first with the selfie, and before you leave, can we all take a selfie together?
Oh my gosh, I would love that. It means everybody's gonna have to kind of squish in a little bit too. For sure. You have a question?
I feel like this is slightly off topic because it's more for the underrepresented people, but like have you seen, I'm asking this as like a queer person who feels like he's working in a vacuum. Have you seen people create affinity groups or like create sub-networks in a way that was,
Absolutely. So the question is, are there affinity groups and community groups that people can be part of and feel empowered? And there is. So there's a Slack and a group called Black Press. And you can, if you're in a minority group, you can join Black Press. And they often have, at bigger WordCamps, they'll go off and have a little meeting of their own and support one another that way. I'm actually on the Black Press Slack as an ally to be able to give opportunities to people like, hey, I know that we're looking for somebody on this week in WordPress. If you'd like to join, come see me, that kind of thing. 1 minute. So I don't know if there's anybody else who's interested, but I love the selfie thing. How do you want to make it happen?
Now go there. How are we gonna do that? Maybe one person takes the picture.
If y'all want to get this way, I can turn around and somebody else can take it, or I can take it. Or...
I'll take the picture.
Okay, perfect. Okay, everybody face over here. Some of us can come up on the stage or around us. Let's do it. I love this. Excellent. Oh my gosh, and if you haven't signed my shirt, so here's one thing, my little soapbox is that t-shirts are never inclusive for people of size. So my speaker shirt, I want everybody to sign it because I'm gonna hang it on the wall. Absolutely.
All right, on three. Awesome. Y'all are great. I'll do one with you.
Yes,
Do it. There you go. There we go.
Thank you everybody for being here this morning. And thank you for your interest in inclusivity and diversion because it's what helps us all grow. Thank you.
I know. Are you the AV gentleman? No, I'm not. She's okay. 10:30, I
Oh, okay, yeah, I did podium that.
One after. 11:10, I think. I think that's your next speaker.
You next speaker? Hey, what do you need?
AirPlay from my Mac.
So you're all set.
You just click with the arrows on my computer. And
Okay, I'll come to podium back number for you.
I'm Jessica McCartney. So it's nice to meet you. I just want to let you know, in order for you, it's going to be at the base of the podium just in case you get your embarrassment. And it sounds like you have everything set up with your baby. Is that correct?
So, AirPlay?
Yep.
Send it to chat after all that lead up.
Mostly just gonna go up there and like make a goon of myself by talking about how we mess things up and telling everybody like, don't do it as bad as we used to do it.
I honestly can't wait.
Hopefully that helps.
Just your bio's good. No, that's all I'm reading. Is that good?
I leave my bag like just in the back.
Did Martha over stuff?
So, connecting with the Arrows Navigator. Got a mic. Anyone else that's not?
Let me ask about that, but if, yeah, we do, since the video is just right here, I do want to stay with it.
So are you the next speaker?
Yes.
Yeah. What's up? I can help you describe it.
I was just looking to see how wide the frame was, so I know if I can move around or not. But I can stay still if it's in.
It's about the frame is between the rail and the first TV. So I have your slides in the shot too. So you can walk between.
Okay. I didn't know if using pointing at slides would be easier because there's a ramp on the side. It's not that big a deal.
The ramp, I kind of cut the ramp from the shot because it takes up like half of the shot.
Yeah.
So.
Another thing you want to keep in mind is just to, in the Q&A, just repeat the question so that it's clear in the video for people watching.
Thank you.
The microphones that they're using is also going to
Okay, so we're getting kind of, yeah. Okay.
So I don't need to repeat necessarily.
If it doesn't seem clear, ask them to repeat.
Yeah, they're not loud, you know, or they don't use it.
So what's the word on 5 minute, 10 minute warning? Where do I see that?
We'll hold it up back here for you.
Okay.
The Q&A needs to be included in that whole 40 minutes.
Yeah. My talk is done it through a few times, and it's landing at about 34, 35. So as long as I keep pace, that should be fine. 5 minutes of Q&A.
We'll let you look at 10 minutes. 5 minutes. Cool. Do you need a remote?
I have the adapter we're talking about, so.
And then we'll be introducing it with your bio. Is there anything you want us to omit, or can we read it just as is?
That's fine. Yeah, I wrote it, so I'm sure it's good. I kind of. Let's try it. At least I do.
Yeah, we went
I wonder if I back Nothing.
Makes life really easy.
Yeah, I know I have that adapter, but it's probably on my desk at work instead of Do you know if that works with Google Slides?
Yeah.
All right.
Not awesome, but awesome.
Yeah.
Love to talk to you about that. She's really great. I can read it again from the time that I'm reading the bio. I'd rather you get a break today. We can switch next time if you want
You got the remote work done. I thought in the instructions it said
Oh, it is. Conflicting construction.
You mind if I use
Light a little fire under.
Do you pronounce your last name? Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Tyler Morian. Tyler is the owner of Motion Tactic, a website design and development agency that partners with marketing teams to transform their digital presence and turn their websites into an effective marketing tool. Tyler is a self-taught developer who got started with a membership to lynda.com, which is now LinkedIn Learning, and became obsessed with code. He has spent 8 years working with and leading creative and technical teams to design and develop creative websites. Please give him a warm welcome.
Hi, everybody. Is this a good volume here? There? Cool. Yeah, so as introduced, my name is Tyler. I'm the owner of Motion Tactic and the CEO of Simple Stage. And I'm a self-taught developer. Most of the work we do at Motion Tactic is marketing websites. So a lot of that can be very creative. So I'd like to think that I'm a half-assed designer, but I probably should take that credit. I started out about 8-9 years ago learning to code on my own, and I thought that I could turn that into a freelance business immediately, but I realized that I probably needed to go work at a business before and learn how these processes work in order to be effective at that and actually deliver good results. That's me. At Motion Tactic, we're a small team of 8. There's half my crew right there, basically. And we design and develop marketing websites. We've worked with small businesses, nonprofits, but we also have some larger public software companies that we work with as well. And Simple Stage. So Simple Stage is a software product that we've created at Motion Tactic to help agencies collaborate with their clients during the web design and development process. There's a few key stages that we've identified that can become sticking points in projects. That's collecting design feedback, collecting content, and then collecting website feedback. So I'll give you a little more information about that later, but the cool part about that is that we're able to eat our own dog food and use Simple Stage and Motion Tactic with our clients helps us identify what's working and what's not working. So to start my talk, I'd like to just kind of identify the problem that I'm here to help equip you guys to solve. Website projects are pretty complicated. From a WordCamp attendees perspective, we probably all generally understand what it takes to make a website. We may have all made websites ourselves. I'm curious, by a show of hands, like, how many of you have made a website for money? How many of you like work in that field in some way, right? It's basically all of us. We know like what it takes to make a website. But from our customer's perspective, they probably have a general idea, but they may not know the intricacies involved. And for them, it can be a little bit more of a complex undertaking. So to identify a few challenges with that, like on the client side, they probably have multiple stakeholders that they need to wrangle. That might be the CEO eventually wants to see the designs after they're done, or it might be people internally that are going to kind of work together to get their content figured out. So that can be pretty complex for them to manage scheduling, making sure they have the right people available to keep projects moving along. And each phase of the website design and development process can be a little bit different. It can require us to engage different parts of our brains, like the design about like, you know, what would our customers want to see? What should our brand look like? And the content, like that has kind of a different artistic and scientific approach to it, right? The other challenge that makes these kind of complicated is that most small business owners or marketers, they don't do this that often. We see businesses typically like 3 to 5 years is how long they want to get out of their website. So on the client side, they're not becoming experts in this process. So it's kind of our job, right, as the people that are familiar with this process, to be a quality guide. We need to make sure that they understand we have a plan, whether or not they understand all of the complexity that's going to go into this. We have a plan. We can guide them through that process. We kind of have to be like these guys. Yoda, Gandalf, awesome Sherpa dude. If I was climbing Mount Everest, that guy would give me a lot of confidence that he knows what he's doing. And that's the type of confidence that we want to give our customers as we're going through the process. So to help us empathize with our customers, because we're web people, we know what it makes to make a website. But for those of us that are homeowners, we probably don't buy houses that often, right? So what else is complicated? Buying a house. I think that generally we all have an idea of what that looks like. Back in 2019, my wife and I had to buy our first house, and we thought, find a real estate agent, go look at houses, make an offer, negotiate, show up like 3 weeks later and sign paperwork, I think. Maybe that'll do it. But what we found out was there was a lot more complicated process than that. So similarly to the web design and development process, people probably get like, here's the broad strokes of what we need to do. But when you start getting into the process, we realize how many things have to happen on the back end and how many people might be involved that we didn't really anticipate. To try to dig into that a little bit, we would go through this home buying process. We thought we knew those broad strokes of what it would take, but then there'd be steps along the way, like the lender needs to do something on the back end. He's requesting documents from us, and he says he'll get back to us on Wednesday. Wednesday comes and goes, and then you're like, what? Do I have to like follow up with this guy to keep him doing his job? So as the buyer, we're thinking we're spending a ton of money. Why isn't the customer service better? Why don't we have a great understanding of what everyone's doing? And the challenge is that they're not creating process transparency, and they're not doing an effective job of communicating, right? So what can we learn to try to apply that back to In the last 5.5-ish years, we built websites at Motion Tactic. But I'll tell you what, we were probably creating those same frustrations when we first started. I'm not naturally super organized. Eventually, we brought in people that complement my weaknesses, and we have the whole picture figured out, but it took time, and we were creating those same frustrations in the beginning. Lacking process transparency, and people having to follow up with us, feeling frustrated with us. Obviously, that's not a great customer experience. And they're thinking the same things. I'm spending a lot of money on this. Why isn't the service better? Why don't I know what's going on? I don't know if you guys are familiar with David C. Baker. He's a consultant to creative agencies. We actually hired him to consult at Motion Tactic. And he has this quote, "Clients are more likely to notice deficiencies in the quality of account and project management well before they notice deficiencies in the quality of the work." It's interesting. It's not a pass. We can't deliver crap work. But I think it's true, because before we ever deliver, designs or a complete website, they're going to experience our poor communication skills, or they're going to experience frustrations around confusion in the process, because they experienced those things beforehand. And it starts to establish relationship dynamics when clients lose trust in you early in the process. If you feel like you're going through a buying process and you had to follow up with people multiple times, well, now you're starting to wonder if they're good at this at all. And now you're going to start to potentially scrutinize later stages even further. So we can continue to build trust if we put a little more emphasis on our PM skills and on our AM skills. Okay, so as a little bit of a quick refresher here, and also as just a way for me to unpack these things, I put together a terrible looking website timeline. Normally we would make this in Asana, and I'll go into that a little bit further. But this is done in Miro, and it gives us a general idea of what it takes to make a website. We probably all put this on our website as our unique process. So you get strategy, design, development, content, QA, launch. You're gonna have to train your client. And there's probably some, what services you guys are selling as you're helping a customer. I've depicted it over 3 months. That's kind of an interesting observation. That's like how long it generally takes us to make a website. When we make a timeline for a specific client, it might be longer or shorter, but some of you guys might have faster processes and you're able to deliver in 3 weeks. We've done projects that have taken close to a year. So website projects can be extremely variable in how long they take. So from our client's perspective, when they're engaging us, they might not have a good idea of what it takes, and they might not be able to justify when you tell them how long it takes until they start to see the complexity that goes into it, right? Another interesting observation about this is that some of these steps that we go through might be very close with our clients. More communication, they feel connected to us, and then some of them might be more like radio silence because we're working. Like someone's assigned to design your website, so call you in 3 weeks. That might not be a very good feeling for a customer if they don't have transparency with this process. If you say, we're going to start design, we'll call you when it's done. Well, 3 weeks is a very long time. You would feel very like, where's my website? I paid you. Where's the money? Or where's the website now? The next observation is that in between each of these stages, I kind of just maybe overlap a little bit for conversation's sake, but we're probably going to need to gain alignment with our customers in between each phases to make sure that we don't run too far with the ball in the wrong direction, right? So we're going to jump into our first essential tool, and I'm sorry it's time tracking. It's probably the most recommended tool in our industry. And if you have read a dozen blogs about time tracking already, again, I'm sorry, but I have to include it because it's that important. When we first started we were not tracking time. We eventually started, and then we were half-assing it and not doing a very good job. So I'll go into that a little bit further about the problems that creates. But it doesn't really matter what platform you use. We're using Harvest. Toggle's another popular one. There's probably a million of these out there. What does matter is that if you have more than one person on your team, you have to talk about how you use the tool. If one person sits down at their desk, turns the Harvest timer on, and then turns it back off because they're going to the bathroom, or turns it off when they get in a conversation with their coworker, they're probably gonna have like 4 hours in a day. And then the guy that works all day and then paints in broad strokes, I worked 8 hours on one client. Well, now your data's ruined. Like you can't use that time tracking data very effectively when you try to look back and see how much did it cost for us to make this website if you don't have policy and just generally have everybody on the same page. So for us, it's like any task is going to be 15 minutes minimum, and then round up to the nearest half hour. And that might work for you, and another policy might work for you. That's not the point. The point is that you have to be on the same page about this. Next is, this is an example of a project gone bad, and this is to highlight why you need to track time. This is real from our time tracking software on a project we did a few years ago. On the top left, you can see we did 336 hours delivered. That's pretty normal for how long it takes us to make a website. But at the top right in bold, the client paid us $7,500. We paid $19,000 in salary to make this website. That's how I was feeling. It's not a good feeling. And I'm embarrassed, but I'll honestly say, like, this is not the only one. We have several like this, where you can look back and I'm like, I think I just paid $13,000 out of pocket for someone else to have a product. What were we doing? The reality is that at the time we were over-investing. We were trying to build up our portfolio. So you kind of like, you give a client a little more, you try to, ooh, could we animate this section? And now that's going to take us like an additional day or two. And you rack up time in that strategy. And obviously it was on purpose, but I didn't know how expensive that strategy really was until we got serious about time tracking. And then I realized, like, okay, we're going to do that a little more strategically. We're not just going to take this broad strategy of always over-investing, because it's not a good way to run a business. So that kind of leads me to this period of time that I call the dark days. And I don't know if Betsy Cohen's here, but I remember talking to her in this season. So about a year and a half into being an agency, we started to develop relationships that were feeding us website jobs, and we were doing networking and sales activities, so we were starting to get busy. And I was like, cool, we've got a real business, this is moving. But we didn't estimate the projects correctly. So we would ask our clients, how much do you want to pay? And when do you want it done? And they would always say, I don't want to pay much, and I want it done really fast. So we would just like go into Asana and just drag out a period of time and then assign it to a person and hope it would get done. And the dark days were basically 6 months-ish where everybody was like triple booked. You would look in Asana and you would see like Gareth, our lead developer here, would have 3 websites that he's expected to get done in like a 3-week period. And it was like, this is not sustainable. This is not sustainable at all. And the challenge for us as well is that we didn't want to just like destroy our name in the industry and destroy the relationships with our customers. So you can't go back and say, hey, I told you the wrong price. Will you pay more, please? Like, people don't like to hear that. So we had to sell our way out of the problem, which took months. Like once we had gotten serious about time tracking, we could start to identify the problem and then sell our way out. But it was such a painful experience. And I'm sorry, time tracking is my #1 essential tool, but it's that important. The next essential tool is some sort of work management platform. For us, I've already mentioned Asana a few times. There's Reich, Teamwork, ClickUp, Monday. Doesn't really matter. But you do have to invest enough time in order to use the tools effectively. And in the beginning, we weren't really doing that. So you guys remember the quick timeline I showed earlier. We had those big broad strokes of like design and development, right? We had created what I started to call our black box problem. And the black box is basically that designer for that 3-week or 4-week period that we've allocated their time to. We were saying, designer, please give me this website design, go for 3 weeks. The challenge with that is that we weren't able to anticipate failure early enough. So a developer might be working for 1 or 2 of the 3 or 4 weeks and start to feel a little bit behind and think, I'll catch myself up. We'll work a little harder, we'll catch up. But it doesn't always happen because they might run into the next challenging thing that sets them further behind. And painting in these broad strokes didn't allow us to identify what's actually going to happen in this period of time at a granular level. So we had to start thinking about breaking the work up a little bit more. So if you guys are giving timelines to your customers when you make a website at all, like good on you. But if it looked something like what we showed earlier, we can talk about ways to like make that a little bit more effective. The other challenge with this is that we weren't creating enough process transparency for our customers. So we need to make sure that our customers see all of the real steps that are going to happen, not just a high level. So here's what it was, and here's basically like, imagine if I just took that design and I'm just zooming into that, right? So we've taken designs and turned it into a couple of different sprints, borrowing from Agile, even though we're not very agile. And we're baking in additional milestones and additional time that the reality is these things are going to happen. They just need to be documented and time allocated to them. And we need to share this link with our customer so that they can see the time that they need to be available. Because for us, it was pretty frequent that we would say, great, we've done the wireframes or the designs. Can you give us content for that website? And they'd say, that's going to take me 3-4 weeks. I got to wrangle people. I have to get the CEO to book a meeting with me and talk about this for a full hour and workshop it. And that's not practical to just throw on people's schedules, right? So you can see design sprint 1 all the way on the left. And then we've got things like, here's when we're going to present it. Here's a window of time for you, the client, to get your people together and provide us feedback. And your feedback is due to us on a specific day. And then here's the time we're going to implement revisions. We didn't used to include these things in the timeline, but they were absolutely going to happen. And that's at least a week or 2 where if you don't predict these things, your project's getting behind continuously. And that can be a cascading problem if you're a busy, business. If you've got customers you expect to work on immediately after this, what do we do, right? All right, so the next essential tool, sorry, this one's boring, but the reality is that people use email for business. And the reason I mention that is because email is great for some styles of communication, not styles, but certain types of communication. And it sucks at other types of communication. So email sucks at 2 things very important. Email sucks at context. Email sucks at handling a lot of tasks. So we typically try to say you should use email for administrative conversations, but when it comes down to communicating about the actual work, we don't want that in email. So context, if you were to send us an email and say, hey, the slider's broken on whatever website, well, the first thing we're going to do is try to reproduce it, obviously, but then it starts becoming questions like, what browser are you using? What screen size did that problem happen at? Can you send me a screenshot? And email, of course, you could send that information, but like the reality is that unless you have a super tech, web savvy customer on the other end, they're not likely to just like think about how do I really empower this agency to solve the problem, right? They're more likely to just say, hey, the slider's broken. And then you're like, what do I do with that? Great, now we're gonna go through 3-4 emails back and forth in order to start pulling that information out. Second thing that email sucks at is handling lots of tasks. It depends on the project, but we sometimes get a lot of revisions through the design process, through the development process. There can be a lot of tasks coming in, and it's very, very easy to lose track of those things in email. I'll also mention Slack kind of wrapped up in there. I hear frequently that a lot of design development companies get directly into Slack with their customers. We do that too sometimes. We try to avoid it, because if we can have centralized tools where we expect this type of communication, it's a lot easier to manage. But boy, in email and Slack, it's a lot easier to lose track of a task. And that's pretty embarrassing when they say, hey, on January 20th, I sent you, this task to update this thing, why isn't it done? And you're like, oh, crap, because there was 35 other tasks that came in after that. Like, sorry, I missed this one, but obviously that's not acceptable. Will somebody hit the escape key on my computer? Thank you. My clicker doesn't work anymore. Thank you. Okay, so jumping into the next essential tool, I kind of bundled up sitemap and wireframes. That's kind of the next phase that we go into, and it's important to have tools for this. We're using Miro. By show of hands, who's familiar with Miro? Anyone? Yeah? Okay, not too many people. Miro is a whiteboarding tool. The best part about Miro is that it's limiting. It doesn't allow you to make things very pretty, and that's important to me because it allows me to move really fast. And I have a tendency to start overthinking and designing, and that's not what you want to do at these stages. You really just want to be able to move quick, because these are more in that strategic portion at the start of a project where we're just trying to gain alignment with the customer about what we need to do. So hopefully everyone can see this well. This is a tool we used to use called FlowMap. And FlowMap would let you build out a sitemap kind of in this like really pretty way. You could choose like each of these cards, you could choose like a different image for it. So it shows like this one's the cart. Here's generally what a cart looks like. You can click into each of these and you can provide like full outlines of what content you're going to put on those pages. We used to use this quite a lot. Recently, we're just making these ugly ones. And I am a huge fan. They don't include any information other than like the site architecture, which is what a sitemap should do. And I can rip this out in like 10 minutes. I can rip this out on a call with a client and get their feedback really, really fast. And FlowMap is not entirely cumbersome. I don't want to rip on it, but this is faster. This is like we're on a Zoom call, share a screen, just figure this out really fast. And when we're trying to gain alignment in strategic workshopping kind of ways, we don't need to be pretty. We want to be able to iterate quickly. So same with wireframes. So this is what our wireframes used to look like. This was like a kit that we would use in Figma or XD. And man, were they a mess. Clients would say, that's not our brand blue. On the top right, you can see there's like a little layout where the text block goes over the image. They'd look at that and be like, are we doing that? That's not what we decided on for the mood boards or for the aesthetic of the website. I don't like that. Or they'd look at that little image in the middle and they'd say, we're not using these images, are we? And I was like, holy, no, this is a wireframe. And I don't know why, because for me, and I think that's, again, like it's the difference between like, we make websites, we know what this process is supposed to be, but our clients, we can't expect them to be experts at that. So they get so hung up on the design decisions of our wireframes. What are we trying to do in wireframes? We're trying to create visual documentation for features. We're trying to figure out content priority and hierarchy. So, are we putting your testimonial slider above the blog feed that you want on your homepage? Like, those are the types of questions we want to work through, not why does it look like this? And it was just distracting. So here we go. This looks bad, but man, it's not distracting. So this is Miro, and this is gray blocks, text, sticky notes. We rip these out so fast now, and for some reason, I don't understand this at all. It has a psychological impact on our clients in a different and better way. For some reason, they used to lose some sort of credibility for us when we would present these because they thought we had made a whole bunch of decisions without them and that it was going to look like this. They can't do that with this. It's too simple for them to think like, oh, this is what they're going to make the wireframe look like. And again, back to the point about workshopping. So a Figma or an XD kit is generally going to be a little bit prohibitive for people in the agency outside of the design team. It's not that hard to do, but it's also not something I would expect for us to be able to workshop live with a client without bringing a designer in there to be able to do that quickly. But this, everyone in the company is empowered to make wireframes now because we see it as whomever has the best context from the customer should be creating visual documentation for what we need. And now anyone in the company can do it, and it's a lot faster to do. And I even show clients this in our sales process. When we're talking, going through, like, here's what you can generally expect from us, I say those words out loud, like, our wireframes are really ugly, and that's on purpose. And sometimes I pull them up and I show them. It's really fast. It's a really easy way for us to get information from you, but it's not pretty. So once we have sitemap and wireframe, we're going to be talking about design feedback. 5-10 years ago, this was a bigger problem than it is today because Figma and XD have great built-in sharing features. In the past, we used to use InVision for that. We also, at Simple Stage, have built-in functionality so that you can upload designs and collect feedback on it. But for the most part, everybody's using Figma and XD. We think that's a good decision. So content collection, this is a little bit of a hairy part of the process as well, because collecting content from a client and massaging the design to make that work is a little bit of like this compromise negotiative process. Should we be designing websites and then collecting content? Should we be creating outlines of all the content that's going to go on a website and then designing from that? I don't think there's really a right or wrong answer, and I think that you can lead that based on your skills as a firm. Some of our colleagues are really copy-focused people. Like they're going to go through messaging exercises and develop the content first, but they know that once they get to the design phase, they're going to need to make compromises or make edits. So you really want to be getting your clients, if you can, at the wireframe stage to see the wireframes as the first draft of the content architecture and then start creating content from there. And if you can get that, then we go into phase 2 where we're gonna make the designs with that first draft content and then start making suggestions like this, we can't find a place to fit this much content here. Can we trim more? Can we expand? Can we have decorative words at the top that show how things are categorized? Things like that. At Simple Stage, we've developed tools for this, so you can upload your designs and start chucking pins on it and then label those things. So you can see we've got the button text open here. We send this to our client. They've got a series of fields that they're going to go through, and they're just going to pop that text in. That doesn't update the design, just want to be super clear, because there's so many challenges with like word wrap and how that would actually look, but it gives the agency the ability to collect that really quickly. And then you can just sync from Figma once you've implemented the content that they provided, and it'll update the screen right here. So you can send it back to the client and say, great, your content's implemented, go review in Simple Stage again. And then generally the last stage of the website design and development process, you're gonna need to collect feedback. For us, that's normally on a staging server. We've got the website basically done to the design specs, and now we need our clients to start reviewing. We've built tools into SimpleStage for that, and it looks really similar. I don't have a screenshot of it to the content experience, but imagine you can just drop a pin wherever you want, and it's going to come into the SimpleStage platform, and it solves those problems like what browser are they on? We've got a screenshot, viewport height, things like that. And then you can start to organize this stuff. You're a lot less likely to lose track of this stuff if you're going with this type of strategy than you would be if you're using email or Slack or something like that. To emphasize, another horror story, to emphasize why you need to implement tools for these things, we looked back at some of our biggest projects to see how many pieces of feedback or tasks were created on a website. This is legit number 1,374 on a website that we created. And this was a 9-month-long project. And we got paid for this. So it's not like this isn't a terrible, terrible mistake. But this is an example of a client that they had multiple people at the company providing content feedback on a huge site, design feedback on a huge site, and they refused to log into WordPress. Like, we're gonna get every piece of content and we're going to update it. And can you imagine trying to keep track of this if you didn't actually have like a real PM tool that's gonna intake it, and then you can move it around, assign it to people, put due dates on it. Like, we need that type of organization when we're handling this stuff. 1,300 tasks is not likely on most projects, but dozens and hundreds is not uncommon, right? So the last point here is you're gonna have to be intentional to get your clients on board with this whole suite of tools. How we do that is we kick off every project, even if it's an existing client, we have a 30-minute meeting where we put together a quick deck and we talk about the goals of the project and what we're trying to accomplish. This is an example of a slide that we throw in that includes information about all the tools that we're going to use at those different stages. So this is just one way we can better set our customers up for success. So ideation, Miro, project management, Asana, file sharing, Dropbox, content, design, development, all in SimpleStage. So this gives our clients a good idea of, like, where should I be sending you information at which stage of the project? And they don't always follow it. The reality is that people they're gonna default back to the easiest thing unless you give them specific instructions. And I think the easiest thing is normally email. So if someone does that, you kind of gently like, oh, great, I'll take that information and throw it in SimpleStage for you, or I'll go create a ticket. We do our best. People are going to default to easiest, but this has helped a lot in order to get people to actually use it. So we covered 7 essential tools. I hope that was valuable for you guys, or at least funny. And I think I have like 3-4 minutes for questions if anyone has any.
Can you say the name again of that flow chart software that makes those nice flow charts?
Flow Map.
Flowmap.com? Okay, thanks.
I'm interested in the SimpleStage stuff I work with contractors quite a bit. So if the client is providing copy, is there a way for me to kind of assign that copy to a contractor and have them then pull that in and manipulate it and do what they need to before it gets pushed into the site live?
Contractor doing the design or contractor doing the content?
Adjusting the copywriting that's provided. Like if I have a client who isn't as good with the content or wants some massaging on the copywriting side of things.
Yeah, you could add them as a member of your team, and then you could assign those content tasks to your content editor once the content has come in from a client. So you could make the task, uncheck it as done because the content's been provided, it's considered done. Uncheck it as done, assign it to your content editor, and they can start working on it there.
Awesome.
First of all, thanks for your information.
Absolutely.
How long have you been at this?
So I've been, I started learning to code I don't know what year, but I was 21, I'm 30 now, so like 9 years, and owner of Motion Tactic now for 5.5 years. So we've had enough bumps and bruises along the way to start realizing that we need to get serious about this type of organization, but we're not a very old organization at all.
And out of all the sites you've developed, what's your favorite?
Wow. That is a good question. Okay, so it's not done, but I'll say go check out cure.org. That's a nonprofit that we're working with that was depicted, if I can pull it up, in the content stage, and they provide subsidized or free surgery to children that are born with like significant deformities, and they're really changing lives worldwide.
Awesome. Pure.org?
Cure.org.
Okay, very cool. Thank you.
I think there was one back there. He's out of view.
So you mentioned Miro and you also mentioned Figma. I was wondering if you have tried FigJam and if you have any opinions about the two.
Yeah, FigJam is really good too. I like FigJam. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer. My preference is Miro. I like that I move very quickly in Miro. So that's it. It's just preference. I don't think there's a right or wrong on that one.
Thanks.
Yeah. Actually, to answer that, I'm not as detailed or experienced with FigJam, but I would say that I do a lot of like business process ideation as well in Miro, and I think that FigJam is a little bit more intended for web design ideation. It's really good for that. I think that's it. Oh, one more.
Curious, with all of this time management and all the coordination and everything, what have been, besides the obvious benefits, have there been any sort of awesome takeaways after applying all of these currently? And then what are your goals for having this, become, sorry, how do I phrase this? So like, what are your future goals because you've implemented this? If that makes sense.
Yeah, so to answer that question, the answer is money, but I'm going to describe it as value. Like, we want to collect the right amount of value from our customers. We want to deliver the right amount of value to our customers. And before we got serious about implementing these types of tools, that was really misaligned. We were delivering way more value than they were paying for. And as a business, that's really not a great place to be. So ideally, I'd like to continue to deliver the same or more value, but get more strategic about how difficult that is for us to do it, right? I think that's generally a good business philosophy, but at the start, I just wanted to make websites and I wanted them to look rad, so we really had some sunk cost projects. Thanks, everyone.
Y'all know what's running the video camera? That's the camera we need right there.
So I'll wait to go out until.
Yeah, I'll go.
All set here? You guys are doing well?
Hey everyone, welcome to Content UX, how to create a great reader experience with Maddie Osmond. Maddie Osmond is a best-selling author of Writing for Humans and Robots, the New Rules of Content Style. She's a digital native with a decade-long devotion to creating engaging, accessible, and relative content. Maddie's journey from freelance writer to founder and CEO of Blogsmith yielded numerous insights to share about content creation and enterprise for business-to-business technology brands. Her efforts earned her a spot on SEMrush's and BuzzSumo's top 100 content marketers and the Right Life's 100 best website for writers. She has spoken for audiences WordCamp US, SearchCon, and Denver Startup Week. Everyone, let's give a hand for Maddie.
Thank you for that intro. Okay, so we're going to talk about content UX today from a couple of different perspectives. The first one is going to focus on information architecture, kind of how you present information. We're also going to talk about Google's quality rater guidelines and some of the things that they explicitly say about content quality, the ability to meet a searcher's needs, things like that. And then we'll wrap up the end of this talk by talking about one of the latest Google algorithm updates, which is the helpful content update, which focuses on writing for people and not so much focusing on over-optimizing for search. So again, I'm Maddie Osmond. I run a company called The Blogsmith, a data-driven SEO and content agency for B2B technology brands. Like a lot of the web hosts here, I've worked with in some capacity. And then I'm also the author of the best-selling book, Writing for Humans and Robots, which is covering a lot of the same content that I'm going to talk about today if you have an interest in digging in deeper. So let's start with information architecture. And again, basically that's kind of like how you arrange information on a page. A lot of these principles that we're going to talk about today harken back to sort of news journalism, print journalism best practices. And I meant to say, you can grab my slides on Twitter, every page or every slide rather, and if you take some pictures or tweet your takeaways, that's, I think, a way to show appreciation for every speaker at this event. So if you like what you hear, I would love that, and I extend that, to the rest of the people speaking at this conference. But this particular resource, which again, if you can't grab this URL right now, is a link to the Blogsmith style guide. So if you're familiar with style guides in general, AP style is a big one that anyone who deals in content has probably had some interaction with, but it's basically rules and guidelines for how you create content, whether it's for yourself, whether it's for like AP Style is for news journalism in general across many different publications. We use this both for our content and for the content that we create for clients. And it's something that I wanted to make available to everybody because I think a lot of these principles are really universal when it comes to creating content for the web specifically. That's something that AP Style touches on, but it's not really focused on. And so that's kind of what created a need for this, in addition to also creating a process for people on my team to be able to write in my style and in our style. So what we're going to talk about initially with information architecture really comes directly from the information architecture section of that style guide. So the first thing I wanted to talk about is this principle called BLUF, which is bottom line up front. And again, if we're thinking about news journalism and where a lot of these ideas come from, you can think about it as being the same as like, don't bury the lead. You kind of want to get to the point quickly. You want to create content, especially if you're creating it for the web, that is skimmable. So the basic tenets of this principle are to start general, and that's only after you've started to introduce the ideas, then when you add on certain details, conditions, exceptions, and any secondary information. I'm going to definitely expand on this a little bit as we dive deeper into paragraph structure and sentence structure and things like that. But one of the things we do at the Blogsmith is trying to create a lot of white space with formatting. And one way that we do that is by limiting paragraphs to 3-sentence, or since we deal in Google Docs, the easiest way is to describe it that way. And so when you're writing something in Google Docs, you can also think of it as having like 3 lines of copy. That might seem really short. And I think if you're comparing it to, say, for example, reading a book, a print book, text is generally longer. It's a little bit more of a wall of text. But again, it's a difference in mediums. You expect that when you read a book, but you expect more skimmability when you read something that's on the web. So then you can also think about sentences in a very similar way, wanting to limit them to being about 2 lines or less. And a way that you can think about this to help you self-edit yourself or edit for members of your team is that if they're any longer than 2 lines, you're probably running into run-on sentence territory. I think for the brain to comprehend, it's being concise. In most cases, I prefer, variations in sentence length as a reader, but also as somebody who deals in content. And so short sentences are probably better because they're condensing the point. So another way to think about information architecture in terms of just these different building blocks of a page, and something that we deal with, many of you in this room and on the live stream are web designers and developers, so you have to deal with this in some way, but headings. And so a well-organized document will still be difficult for users to follow if they don't understand the structure behind how you're organizing it. And headings can really help you to communicate the structure of the document to readers. One thing that we're going to talk about a little bit later is the idea of a table of contents, which really draws from having good headings to start with. And so a couple examples here in terms of just how you can. One idea is statement headings, which cover a specific topic, let the reader know what to expect. I have some examples here I'll get into. And then also question headings, which is you can think of as being kind of like an FAQ. If you are familiar with search and you are incorporating things that you learn when you type your primary keyword into Google and look at that search engine results page that comes up, these question headings may in fact come from the people also ask section, which is like the top middle-ish part of the page. These are things that readers or expect to find answers for in the content you create. So it's a really great way to first of all, just research your content, but they're also really great questions to proactively answer and create headings around. So whatever type of you use, again, the idea is to be consistent. It's a good idea to create parallelism in how you structure headings. So if we look at like these multi-level heading examples, you can think about first starting with like the H1, like the title of the page, and you should only have one. So for example, how to apply for an EIDL loan increase. And that's after the fact, you start getting into those subheadings like the H2s, how to apply for a new loan, how to apply for an increased loan. You can imagine that if you're looking at different H2 subheadings that don't follow the structure, like let's just say, instead of how to apply through email, maybe it was phrased as like a way to approach applying through email or something. It's almost the same idea, but that how-to is missing, that parallel structure is missing, and it just kind of throws you off for a minute. And I think when you're thinking about creating a great content user experience, a great reader experience is another way that I like to describe it. You want to avoid those moments where people are kind of subconsciously questioning what they're looking at. Good formatting, a good user experience is almost invisible. That's what you want it to be by design. So then we've talked a little bit about paragraphs, again, just keeping them short. Think back to, maybe even like your high school journalism or English classes where you kind of write essays that have one idea or topic per paragraph. I think that rule still applies here. And also using transition words to connect paragraphs. So then getting a little bit deeper into the structure here, when we think about sentences, in general, it's a good idea to start with your main idea, not an exception to the rule. And I have this example here that I think illustrates it to some extent. So for example, you wouldn't want to write, if you own a business with a low working capital ratio, look into working capital loans. Instead, again, you want to start with the main idea, look into working capital loans, and then the exception, if you own a business with a low working capital ratio. So again, I've said it before, but keep it short. Using lots of periods isn't a bad thing. You also want to focus on one idea per sentence, just like you want to focus on one idea per paragraph. And really, when you get into that run-on territory, it kind of suggests that you're not really sure what you want to say. So another really, I think, prescriptive way to think about this, because it's best to turn these concepts into something that's actionable and usable, is to keep the subject, verb, and object of a sentence. And the natural word order of an English sentence is subject, verb, object. So as you add those exceptions, those modifiers, those different clauses between these different pieces, it becomes harder to understand the message. So I think that's a good way to sort of self-edit yourself and look at those things. And I always hated diagramming sentences, but if you have to kind of underline and understand, what those things are and seeing the words that are creating space, that's one way that you can help self-edit. So I mentioned tables of contents. Maybe not a new trend in web design, but certainly one that has been catching on more and more as content marketing has become, I guess, a bigger industry. And we've kind of moved to this idea of increasingly longer form content on the web. It sort of necessitates needing a way to be able to jump to the most relevant parts of content. And it's probably good to set the expectation that somebody's probably not going to read your whole piece of content. And even if they do, they're probably going to skip around. Maybe they'll start in the middle, go to the end, and then just they will start at the beginning until they get to the part that they want to read, and then they'll move on. So a table of contents is just kind of like a way to show respect to your reader and to show them that you care about helping them find an answer. And it's to keep them on your website by doing a great job of answering their questions and providing other supplementary content that they can click through and learn from. I will give a cautionary tale of using this if you, like us, use Google Docs, which is that you don't necessarily, if you use the feature to insert a table of contents into your Google Doc and then you're copying content to WordPress, you want to make sure that you don't copy that table of contents directly, because what ends up happening is that your page anchor links link back to the Google Doc, like your raw draft. So yeah, learned that one the hard way. So yeah, it's better to manually set that. And there are plugins that you can use if you don't want to set those page anchor links yourself, but you could also manually code them. So this isn't so much about information architecture, but I think it is an important part of the reader experience. And it's the idea of formatting and being really consistent with it and creating parallelism with it. So I'm just going to give you a couple seconds to look at this, but there are several examples of parallelism in this particular example here. And without the parallelism, if I didn't thoughtfully approach it, it's another one of those situations where subconsciously you would know that something was wrong, even if you couldn't tell me what was wrong, and it would take away from your experience reading a piece of content. It come across from a brand perspective is honestly being a little bit sloppy. So I'll kind of shift between my answers here and the example I gave, but first of all, the label for each step always has bold formatting. That's step 1, step 2, step 3. And each step, those step 1, step 2, step 3 are labeled to show it's part of the same sequence. They are also followed by a colon. So again, you can kind of see those principles here. Specific user interface elements, which the reader is instructed to interact with, also have bold formatting. So that's like the settings in reading, where we're talking about different parts of the WordPress dashboard. The word following the step number is an action verb, and the text after the colon is capitalized. So log in, navigate, click on, and then finally each bullet point ends with a period. So it seems like one of those things that maybe you would just naturally get right or whatever, but I think it does require a system and also like a way to check or edit so that whatever hard work you put into the content you create doesn't come across to kind of bite you in the butt later by having those inconsistencies that make people wonder what's going on. And then here's just one other example of formatting and consistency in terms of things like titles, like of blog posts. And so take, for example, this example on the left, which are examples of title case. So title case is like most words within a sentence are capitalized, save for things like and or to, kind of those like connector words. Whereas the example on the right shows both title case and sentence case being more like you would expect from, a typical English blog. I have to make sure, first of all, that I've documented which casing do they use for their titles, because I don't want to have to go back in and literally search to figure out what their preference is. It's a waste of time when I could just put that in the style guide and then be consistent, forever forward. So let's talk a little bit about how visuals fit into this picture, and also in a sense how to use visuals and formatting to break up walls of text, because again, we're trying to create white space, we're trying to create just opportunities for people to continuously engage and stay interested in what you're writing about. I love this picture because every B2B SaaS brand has probably used it either on their social media or their website hero image area, and thinks that like they're very unique for doing that, but they're not. It's a free stock image. And the problem with free stock images is that while they kind of give you a moment of familiarity and recognition, like, oh, I've definitely seen that woman before, it kind of gives way to this feeling of laziness. Like, yeah, why did you use that image? It's not representative of your brand. It's not representative of anyone's brand. And so the question you might be having then is, well, if I'm not going to use free stock images, what can I do instead that's not that much more of a lift? One simple, I suppose, answer to that question is to consider premium stock images, because not as many people have access to them, not as many people are willing to pay for a subscription. That's at least one step above. There's many very affordable options for that, depending on how much content you're creating. but there are a lot of other things that you can do too. And so this is going to be kind of a lightning round, but I'm going to go through several of these different concepts. So first of all, you might consider incorporating relevant GIFs. This is only going to be useful if your brand aligns with, funny memes, or if the GIFs are maybe examples of like your user interface if you're a B2B tech brand. So all of these things take with a grain of salt. It may or may not be relevant to you and your brand. You could also embed relevant YouTube videos. Whether you create them or not, perhaps there's a concept that you could explain in more detail by adding a video instead of expanding in the text because it's kind of outside the scope of the article. The added benefit is it increases somebody's time on page to play a video. Branded statistics are great, especially when we're talking about comparative data. I'm not a super math-minded person. Everybody has different learning styles, which is another reason why you want to think about different types of images you could use, different types of visuals. And so Statista, they have a great free version. We use the pro version at the Blacksmith. And again, it's really great for just showcasing data in a way that it's really accessible to people who have all sorts of different learning styles. If you use expert quotes, if you even quote perhaps an internal subject matter expert in the content you're creating a nice image that has their headshot, their title, a really standout quote is it's kind of a way to show appreciation, but it also increases the likelihood that that person's going to share your content and help get more eyes on it. You could also take screenshots. You don't always have to create brand new images. This particular example was for an article I created about like the first email you get after you make an e-commerce purchase, and it was a roundup of different examples, and also just like the explainer text. Similarly, especially since a lot of us are working with WordPress, and perhaps topics that involve the user interface, having screenshots that you can annotate to help people understand is also really useful. And it's a low lift activity for creating visuals. So then another way that you think about adding visual interest without having to put a lot of effort into visual creation is adding block quotes, which is something that you can do whether in the classic editor or Gutenberg, or you could make maybe a Canva template and make a really pretty image or custom code some CSS. At the Blacksmith, for every about 300 words or so, we're trying to suggest a new subheading, some sort of visual, and or a block quote. So that's another way that you think about it. So let's jump into the Quality Rater guidelines. Want to download a copy, there's some links here, which again, you can grab from my slides, from Twitter. The bottom link is my annotated copy. It's from late 2019. Some things have changed since then, but most of it's still the same. Google only updates the Quality Rater guidelines 1 or 2 times a year at max. So not a whole lot has changed since then, but I will mention a couple things that are relevant to what we're talking about today that have changed. So what is the Quality Rater guidelines? It's essentially a bunch of helpful examples to explain how Google understands search, how they make search decisions. It is not directly correlated to ranking, but essentially human quality raters go in and judge results for things like page quality and their ability to meet a searcher's needs. So let's kind of dig into what those things mean. If you want to get the high ratings, which again, not a direct correlation, but still to somewhat can explain the ability to rank high in search, you have to have high quality MC or main content. You have to have a positive website reputation. And then I'll explain what this EEAT means next, but you have to have high EEAT for both the publisher and the author. Essentially, you have to demonstrate a high degree of time, effort, expertise, talent, and skill went into that content for it to get a high rating and to be considered high quality. So EEAT, it used to be EAT, but then they added this word experience in one of the latest versions of the Quality Rater guidelines. It stands for experience expertise, authoritativeness, and trustworthiness. Trust being the most important factor. It's also this idea exists to evaluate the reputation of a site or author to determine if the page is trustworthy. And the human quality raters determine if the page is accurate, honest, safe, and reliable. So these concepts might seem vague. They're kind of just these one-word ideas, but they're a great overarching compass for creating content that will stand the test of time no matter how often Google changes their algorithms. So let's talk about how they determine high quality. I've already mentioned it's content that takes time, effort, expertise, talent, and skill. They say that duplicate content, copied content, except for legit syndication, is something that is not considered to be high quality. It's low main content per the Google Quality Rater guidelines. Legitimate syndication is something like if you took an article that you published on your site and then you republished it on a website like Business to Community. I also consider republishing to a platform like Medium or LinkedIn's publishing platform to be legitimate syndication, with the caveat that you don't want to publish it immediately. You'd probably want to wait a week or two. And you'd also want to have a link back in your article that points to the original content. If this is something you're interested in, look up the concept of canonical links. Also, they mentioned several times that fluffy content and word bloat, something that we talked about at the beginning of this presentation, is equivalent to low quality. So again, they're really trying to help searchers answer their questions quickly. And then they also say several times that bad spelling and grammar is considered to be unprofessional, which is why we're talking about some of these concepts in terms of how to put a sentence together. And I think it also makes a good case for either having a human editor on your team, even if it's not somebody who has an editing background, but another person who can sort of get you out of your own head so that they can catch any mistakes that you won't catch yourself, or something like an editor like Grammarly that you can use to kind of check yourself if you don't have a human editor. They say, just a couple more notes on this, they say that meaningless statements don't add value, they contribute to a low rating. So again, it's that idea of no fluff, nothing that takes away from the main point. And they also mention specifically a need to cite sources if you're making any claims that need to be backed up. All right, so this is just the page quality sliding scale. You can see that there's a great range here. It is very difficult to get the highest rating, so it's not something that you should necessarily trouble yourself with, but it's just something to think about. And so there's page quality, and then the other kind of flip side is this idea of needs met, and I'll just jump ahead to show you the needs met rating slider. Like with page quality, it's very difficult to get fully meets needs. So don't necessarily think of that as your goal, it's just the gold standard. So talking about needs met, what's really interesting is that the page quality rater slider does not depend on the query. They're to some extent independent of each other for the sake of the exercise the human quality raters are doing, but not necessarily for us trying to rank in relevant search. And then for different query interpretations, which are things like the dominant interpretation, which means what is the searcher most likely meaning when they type these words, versus perhaps a minor interpretation, which is another possibility that they might mean, but it's not what the majority of searchers mean. For these different interpretations, you want to think about how likely the query interpretation is and how helpful the result is. And that's why I think it's important to, again, whatever your primary keyword is, typing that into the actual Google search, looking at the page and assessing if you're trying to fit like a round peg in a square hole, for example. Are you trying to force a meaning of this keyword that doesn't necessarily exist? I forgot what else I was going to say, so we'll move on. Okay, so another thing that you want to think about, which we've sort of started to hint at, is content freshness and some assumptions that you want to make about how Google is going to judge the quality of your search engine result that they're rating. And again, like timeliness is a big factor here, getting people information quickly. So specifically, you want to assume that users need the information right away. You want to assume that they're looking for the most recent or current information about, for example, an event. And I think these 2 points really kind of point to a need to be not only creating new content, but also to be creating or refreshing content rather. So not just always thinking about the next topic, but especially if in my industry or probably in several of yours, B2B technology, things change so often, best practices change. And so when we're citing sources, for example, at the Blogsmith, our guideline in the style guide is to not use anything more than about a year or 2 old, because anything older than that is probably already outdated. You also want to assume that users are looking for the most current information in terms of things like prices or airfare. And on a related note, assume they're looking for information about the most recent model or version for a product query. So say, for example, you type Subaru Outback into Google search. Somebody's not looking, you can assume that somebody's not looking for the 2009 version, they're looking for the 2023, 2024 version, whatever the most recent version is. So another related concept is, or another thing to talk about in this discussion is YMYL, which is short for your money, your life. This is another thing, another concept that originally comes to us from the Google Quality Rater guidelines, but really influences how sites can rank in relevant search. And it's because it refers to things like high-risk categories. So they used to, Google in previous versions of the Quality Rater guidelines used to define your money or life in terms of very specific categories, like personal finance, for example, and or like how to pick a college, things that your advice could kind of make or break a person's decision and ultimately cause them harm if your advice is bad. And so that's why we're bringing this up. It's something that if you are in one of these your money, your life categories, you kind of have to have an extra layer of scrutiny if you want to rank in relevant search. So they define it nowadays in the latest version as anything that can significantly impact the health, finances, safety, or welfare of people or society. It's also worth noting that this could potentially refer to violent, extremist, or terrorist content. And so in order to evaluate page quality in terms of your money or life, they first ask questions like, is the site run by hobbyists or professionals? There's this thing called everyday expertise that they define in the Quality Rater guidelines that could be sufficient to consider you professional, but it's somewhat subjective. And then it also involves financial transactions or requires payments. So these are things to just keep in mind and something that you'll want to look into deeper if this is the content that you create. So we'll kind of finish off this Quality Rater guidelines discussion by bringing it back to user experience. The first thing that's really been a rule for a while, and this is something that Google has specifically told us about their algorithm and rankings, is that interstitials, pop-ups, make a website hard to use. And so if somebody obscures content with a pop-up, they're going to rank less high in relevant search relative to somebody who's not using them. They talk a lot about the idea of clickbait and the idea of making sure that you're using your headings and titles to set expectations accordingly. So that's another thing from this reader experience perspective, is that you don't want to mislead people intentionally or unintentionally. You want to be pretty straightforward about the nature of the content you're creating, because for you, the other potential issue is that if somebody clicks through and they don't immediately see what they think they're going to find, then they're just going to bounce, and that's going to affect the rest of your analytics and ultimately your ability to convert and your brand reputation. Large ads hurt the user experience. Google specifically says that they understand that some sites exist. They're able to exist because they monetize ads. So they're not saying don't use them. They're just saying that it shouldn't be the main focus of your page. And then we've certainly talked about this or talked around it, but the answer to a query should be prominent. It should be easy to find. it should be clear. So we're just gonna finish up pretty quickly talking about Google's helpful content update. Just to give you a little bit of a definition, it's part of Google's long-term efforts to provide original and valuable content to its users through search results. It rewards content that meets users' expectations while demoting content written primarily with search engines in mind. So I think this makes logical sense. Google has always said content is king, you know, right for the human reader. And they're not saying that you can't use search engine best practices. They're just saying that you still need to have human context, uniqueness. You shouldn't be trying to create copycat content that looks exactly like what's already been published, but just a little bit better. So they gave us these questions. If you look on the Google developers blog and you look for the post about the helpful content update, and if you grab my slides, it's in the notes, but a couple things that you could ask yourself to determine, is this truly people first? Are things like, does your site have a primary purpose or focus, or are you really trying to optimize for keywords across many different topics that are somewhat unrelated? Will someone reading your content leave feeling like they've had a satisfying experience, or will they think that you're just trying to stuff keywords, for example? On the flip side, these questions are things that you could ask yourself to determine if you're taking a search engine first approach to your content. And so it's things like, are you using extensive automation to produce content or many topics? If any of you have questions, after we finish about AI content, I'd be happy to weigh in. or things like, are you trying to hit a specific word count because you have some notion that, a longer word count means you're going to rank without putting any sort of numbers behind that, any sort of actual data about the topic behind it. So just a really quick way to think about this, probably an easier way to think about this, is helpful content versus unhelpful content is people first versus search engine first. It's genuine versus spammy. It is specific versus generic. And I think when you think about a brand creating content, this is your opportunity to feature your product and its relevance to people. It's actionable versus abstract. It's up to date versus outdated. It's relatable versus impersonal, concise versus fluffy, and satisfying versus lacking. So with all that, I think we have just a couple minutes if anybody has any questions.
You mentioned interstitials or things that pop up. We have to have the OneTrust cookie bar, and it seems fine on desktop, but on mobile, it seems really intrusive. And additionally, my second question is, we also have a chat bot, and it's also fine on desktop, but terrible on mobile. What are your thoughts on best practices?
Sure. So from a cookie pop-up standpoint, I think it's something that Google would probably understand as something that you need to do from a GDPR standpoint. And so they treat that a little bit differently. They do have a blog on, I think, the Google developers blog about that specific algorithm update. It was from 2017. And they basically say obtrusive interstitials, it's okay to have an interstitial. It's when it gets in the way of the rest of the content experience. I would think the cookie pop-up would be an exception. It's worth looking into for sure. The chatbot, what would be better is if it didn't immediately deploy. So whether it remains minimized or maybe after X amount of seconds, or maybe you view more than one page, for example. That's another way to get by this pop-up rule. You can still do pop-ups, but you have to give people the opportunity to see the content first. Got a couple more over there.
Yeah, you said you would weigh in on ChatGPT or AI, and I'm very interested in your take on that.
Absolutely. So I forgot to repeat your question, but this question was about AI, ChatGPT. my overarching thoughts is that they are useful tools to help with like the ideation stage. They can certainly be something that helps a human writer. You still need to have that human context. You still need to have that human nuance. And again, if the idea that we're talking about from what Google says that you need to be unique, you need to add your experience or whatever, ChatGPT and AI generative text to me feels like it's plagiarism because it's trained on other people's work. So, I mean, like that's inherently the issue. If you guys want to dig into it, I would look up what Bankrate, what happened to them when they admitted that they were creating AI generated content. And then a couple of different outlets dug in and found that there were titles and sections ripped from Forbes articles, for example. So wouldn't rely on it. I wouldn't rely on yourself to think that you're smarter than draft and find those issues. I think they can be great tools. I'm playing with them. We use tools. We use ClearScope and Phrase from the research side of things, but at this point, we use AI detection tools because we're creating unique content for humans, and we see it as a tool, but not the be-all, end-all for sure. Okay, we have 1 minute, so maybe one more question. Maybe over here.
I can just.
Sure.
You mentioned the site that you were using for creating the statistics graphs. I didn't hear what you called it.
Statista. So Statista is great. It gathers data from a lot of like big data houses. Like you can think of like the big 4 accounting firms. Social media analytics data. Their free version's great. We use the pro one because it's just easier to get exactly what I want right away. But I would start with the free version. It's awesome. Statista. The question was about where to find data infographics. Okay, thank you, everybody.
Hi, everyone. So just wanted to give you all a little update that lunch will be coming up kind of soon. And you can head out into the main room over there for that. And just giving a shout out to rocket.net. They sponsored lunch today. So if you see them, give them a thank you. Yeah, that was like a pull off for it.
You are. It's a first next. That'd be great.
Cause I love the way you sing. Take me the way I am. When you start losing all your hair, so unconscious to all you tell, 'cause I love you more than I could promise, and you take me the way I am. You take me the way I am. You take me the way I am. I'm a new soul. I get to this strange world, hoping I could learn a bit about how to give and take. Since I came here, felt it once I feel, finding myself making every possible mistake. La 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 so it's very strange, no hoping I could learn a bit about what is true and fake. All the while these hands fight, I'm a decay, fighting things that life is not so easy to make.
I think I have you in here for the first half. But you want to go get an hour. Oh yeah, I wanted to make sure you guys have me. Because that's your much fun. And then oh yeah, then I don't have you on the schedule for a while, so you can just hang out. And then what did I do? I put you on the schedule for swag at the end of the day, but we're probably not actually going to meet you there because and then are you cool to stick around for teardown? Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, if you want to dip out and come back. I need some people for teardown because I got to clean up all these chairs. So I need help if you're available. So yeah, honestly, actually, if you want to just do whatever you want, dip out and come back. Up to you. But I think we're probably pretty good. Yeah, great. Yeah.
How's your day going?
We had an well, when I went in there, I was like, I think it can go people were still talking more, so I think Yep. All right, cool. I'll see you later.
See, keep you with me in my heart. You make it easier when life gets hard. Lucky I'm in love with my best friend. Lucky to have been who I have been. Lucky to be coming home again. They don't know how long it's so easy waiting for love like this. Every time they say we say goodbye, I wish we had one more kiss. I'll wait for you, I promise you. Lucky I'm in love with my best friend. Lucky to have been where I have been. Lucky to be coming home again. Lucky we were loved every way. Lucky to have stayed where we have stayed. Lucky to be coming home someday. So I'm sailing through the sea to an island where we meet. You hear the music, feel the air. I'll put a flower in your hair. Though the breeze is the trees, most pretty. See, as the world keeps spinning round, you hold me right here, right now. Lucky I'm in love with my best friend. Lucky to have been where I have been. Lucky to be coming home again. Lucky we're loved in every way.
Not now? I wish the music moved before.
Experience tells me the river flows from north to south with an undertow. 20 million people sing hallelujah to all kinds of things that I still don't know just where we're gonna go. You got to be free. Understand and feel. This is just me. Who swears life is just a simple melody. Oh yeah, so run underneath my pillowcase and come. Victory, yeah. If life has taught me anything, it's all about the little things. Yeah. So run. Tell me what we got to do to come closer together. If life has taught me anything, it's all about the little things. Oh yeah. No satellites up in the sky can see you make it anytime. The anchor man on the TV screen will crack a smile in a tragedy, and I still don't know just where we're gonna go. You got to be free to understand and feel the little things. This is just me. Who swears life is just a simple melody? Oh yeah. yeah. If life has taught me anything, it's all about the little things. Oh, yeah. So run. Tell me what we got to do to come closer together. If life has taught me anything, it's all about the little things. Oh, yeah. Forget the reasons or the meaning of everything that you said and you promised that you're gonna do. I believe that something great could happen if you would only give a moment just a minute and learn to run. Underneath my pillowcase, come closer to me, yeah. If life has taught me anything, it's all about the little things. Ooh, yeah. So run. Tell me what we got to do to come closer together. If life has taught me anything, it's all about the little things. Oh, yeah. If life has taught me anything, it's all about the little things. Oh, yeah. If life has taught me anything, it's all about the little things. Oh, yeah.
I'm working on it, just trying to
Life has taught me anything,
the
it's
organization.
all about the little things. Yeah.
Yes, good to meet you too. If there's anything I can help you, yeah, it's over here. Like I said, private wealth management / investment client is here in San Francisco. He has to maintain some residence here, in order to kind of have his business center. So I don't know if there's any possibility or help that I
Potentially,
can do.
I mean, just so kind of like, my
Friday night, all the lights we turning on the TV station, situations running through. Looking back through time, you know it's clear that I've been blind, I've been a fool. To open up my heart for jealousy, that bitterness, that if you want it, come and get it. Crying out loud. The love that I was giving you never ended down. Go your heart, go your head, baby. Go your heart, go your head, baby. Paddling on. Saturday, running wild, all the lights cheap. Moving through the crowds, chemicals rushing in my bloodstream. Only wish you were here, you know I'm seeing it so clear. I've been afraid to show you how I really feel. Admit to some of those bad mistakes I made. Well, if you want it, come and get it. Crying out loud. The love that I was giving you was never ever down. Go your heart, go your head, failing now. Go your heart, go your head, failing now. Go your heart, go your head.
Yes, I understand every life must end. As we sit alone, I know someday we must go on. Oh, I'm a lucky man to count on both hands the ones I love. Some folks just have one, yeah, others they got none. Stay with me, yeah, let's just breathe. Practice on my skins, never gonna let me win. Under everything, just another human being. Yeah, I don't wanna hurt. There's so much in this world to make me say, all I see. Yeah, I say that I need you. Yeah, I say that I want you. What if I did not fool you? No one knows this more than me. As I come clean, I wonder every day as I look on your face. Everything I gave and nothing you can take home. Nothing you would take. Everything you gave. Did I say that I need you? Oh, did I say that I want you? Oh, if I did not fool you, see, no one knows this more than me. I come cleaner. Nothing you would take, everything you gave. Oh, until I meet you on the other side. Let's get together and feel alright. Hear the children crying. Hear the children crying. Saying, give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright. Saying, let's get together and feel alright. Oh, let them all pass all their dirty remarks.
You know? Yeah, this
Spring is in the air, and that means it's the perfect time to save big on seasonal decor and accent pieces from Hobby Lobby. Because right now, the spring shop is 40% off. We're talking hundreds of indoor and outdoor must-haves like wall art, pillows, garden accessories, and kitchen essentials. Shop today in store or online at hobbylobby.com to discover exclusive items you won't find anywhere else.
I want to get to anywhere. Maybe we make a deal. Maybe together we can get somewhere. Any place is better. Starting from zero, got nothing to do. Maybe we'll make something. Me, myself, I got nothing to prove. Get a fast start. I got a plan to get us out of here. Been working as a convenience store. Managed to save just a little bit of money. Won't have to drive too far. Just cross the border and into the city. You and I can both get jobs. Find and see what it means to be living. My old man's got a problem. Get up with the bottle, that's the way it is. It says body's too old for work. Body's too young to look
Where's
like
Paul?
his. Mama went off and left him. Wanted more from life than he could give. I said somebody's got to take care of him. If I could do, that's what I do. You gotta fast. That's just the blind way. You gotta take it. Eat tonight, die this way. So remember when you were driving in your car, speed so fast, I felt like I was drunk. City lights day out before us, your arms done back strapped around my shoulder, and I had a feeling that I belonged. I had a feeling I'd be someone, be someone, be someone. You got a fast car. We go cruise and entertain ourselves. Still ain't got a job. Now work in the market as a checkout girl. I know things will get better. You'll find work and I'll get promoted. We'll move out within a shelter. Buy a bigger house and live in the suburbs. So remember when we were driving in your car, speed so fast that I got drunk. City lights stay out before us, your arms done that strap around my shoulder, and I had a feeling that I belonged. I had a feeling I'd be someone, be someone, be someone. You got a fast car. I got a job that pays all our bills. Shit, I don't think you think I'm boss. All your friends and you do good kids. I always hope for better. Keep you together, you will be fine. You got no plans, it ain't going nowhere. Take your fast car and keep on driving. I remember when we were like I was drunk. City lights stay out before us. Your arm felt nice wrapped around my shoulder. And I had a feeling that I belonged. I had a feeling I would be someone, be someone, be someone. That's enough, so you can fly away. You better make it stop. Leave tonight or live and die this way.
You got your ball, you got your chain, tied to me tight, your fur. Got the claws and you, my friend, into your heart, sweet like honey to my soul, sweet you rock and sweet you roll. Lost for you, I'm so lost for you. Oh, you come crash into me. Come into come into you. Boy, street. Boy, street. Touch your lips to circle, and your eyes love me close, so I'm barebone and crazy for you. Oh, you come crash into me, baby. Come into you. Boys dream. Boys dream. Only if I don't overboard, then I'm begging you to forgive me for my haste. And I'm holding you so close to me. You come crash into me, baby. Come into you. Oh, hack up your skirt a little more. You show the world to me. Hack up your skirt a little more. Show your world to me. Artistry. Artistry. Oh, I watch you there through the window and I stare at you where my thing about you where it's so out tied up and twisted the way I'd like to be. For you, for me, come crash into me, baby. Come crash into me, yeah. away from my family.
When you're McDonald's face with buy one, get one for $1, you can't help but wake up smiling. You can get a sausage burrito loaded with scrambled egg and pork sausage. Then keep smiling with a sizzling sausage muffin or savory sausage biscuit for $1 more. Order ahead on the app so it's ready when you get there. Just try not to smile the entire time you're in the drive-thru. It kind of weirds people out. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo. Valid for item of equal or lesser value.
Hey, Santi. Your vitals are looking good. How's the pain today?
Same.
Well, it's about to get a whole lot worse. Did you hear your team just tanked again? Yeah, I want to help you feel better, but I don't know how to treat a losing streak. I'm just saying, man, get a touchdown.
At Banner Health, this is what care sounds like. Connecting with you where you are. Banner Health. Exhale.
Smile. Even though we ain't got money, I'm so in love with money. Everything will bring me change. In the morning when I rise, bring a tear of joy to my eyes and tell me everything's gonna be alright. Seems as though never got oh, the sun got now a smile face, a girl that shares my name. Never will never be the same. Even though we ain't got money, I'm so in love with money. Everything will bring me change. In the morning when I rise, bring a tear of joy to my eyes and tell me everything's gonna be alright. I see Virgo rising, it's a very good sign. Strong and kind, and the little boy is mine. Now I see a family where the once was none. Now we've just begun. Yeah, we're gonna fly to the sun. Even though we ain't got money, I'm so in love with honey. Everything will bring me change. Love, love. In the morning when I rise, bring a tear of joy to my eyes and tell me everything's gonna be alright. Love the girl who holds the world down. Love her and she'll bring you love. If you find she helps your man, then take it on. Try to earn what love is on. Even though we ain't got money, I'm so in love with it, honey. Everything will bring a change. Love. When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see. No, I won't be afraid. Oh, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. And darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. If the sky that we look upon should tumble and fall, or the mountain should crumble to the sea, I won't cry, I won't cry, no, I won't shed a tear, just as long as you stand by me. And darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. So darling, stand.
So everything's on here if you forget. So you can read through that. But the gist of it is at the beginning of the session, you just want to kind of be like up and present in case volunteers need it. I mean, attendees need anything, have any questions. Nobody's and try to find the speaker in the room so that you can introduce yourself and let them know that they have 40 minutes for that Q&A if they want to, but it's up to them.
They have to put the timer loud.
Yeah, they need to allot for that time. And then you're going to give them a 10-minute warning, a 5-minute warning, and a 1-minute warning. And just let them know, like, I'm going to be here, so keep an eye out for me. And everybody's been really, really good, so they'll keep an eye out for them. You know, just hold up, sign up, wave them, make sure they acknowledge. And then we have it if they are doing QA, so if we have another microphone now, you can help run it around if anybody has questions. And then, yeah, so just meet them at the beginning, make sure they know where the volunteers are. Like I said, we'll have you in pairs, so if somebody just wants that, you can step out. And, yeah, I mean, that's just pretty easy. And then, the bio's on the website. Yeah, so you can do, yeah, so if you just look at the schedule with your name, so you just, yeah, this is so-and-so, and that they're presenting it, whatever. So, and then, I mean, we're the timekeepers, really, that's a big job, so make sure you're watching the time the session starts, so you can go up and start the session. But yeah, just everything really smooth. But we'll take care of it. So the other thing I was going to say is it's been getting a little loud in that hallway because that's the main area. So I've been trying to get those doors shut when the session starts. And these two, but these are less of a problem. But I just want to shut them anyway, just so reduce all the. That way, people in the hallway can talk. But yeah, that's pretty much pretty straightforward. You don't have to stand here right now if you don't want to. Yeah, but yeah, that's it. And I'll have hopefully Candace here, and if she's not here, I'll get somebody else to back me out. All right, thank you.
Never. Oh, we don't talk about it, dancing. Like this before, we don't talk about it, dancing. Oh, feel the boogie all night long. Stone. Shouldn't talk about it. Shouldn't talk about it. Well, I want you. We can bring it on the floor. Never danced like this before. We don't talk about it. Dancing on. Do the boogie all night long. Soul in paradise. Shouldn't talk about it. I want you. We can bring it on the floor. Never danced like this before. We don't talk about it. Dancing on. Do the boogie all night long. Soul in paradise. Shouldn't talk about it. Shouldn't talk about it. Sometimes I lay under the moon. I thank God I'm breathing. And I pray, don't take me soon, cause I am here for a reason. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know someday it'll all turn around because all my life I've been waiting for it. I've been praying for the people to say that we don't want to fight no more. There'll be no more, and our children will pay. One day, one day, one day, one day.
Yeah, I've got like 70% battery, but
Find me on somewhere over the river. Rovers fly.
cool. Okay. All right, sounds good.
Someday wish upon a star. Wake up with love far behind. high above the chimney top, that's where you find me all the
Yes. I can manage it. Yeah, no.
I've been trying to do it right. Don't be shy. I've been sleeping instead. In my bed. In my bed. So show me family, all the blood that I would need. I don't know where I belong. I don't know where I went wrong. I can write a song. I've been over, you've been over my sweet home. I've been over, you've been over my sweet home. I don't think you're right for him. What it might have been. You could bust a child down, standing on canal, Marie. Standing next to me. I've been over, you've been over my sweet home. I've been over, you've been over my sweet home. Yeah, leave me it now. You've been over my sweet home. I've been over, you've been over my sweet home.
Yeah, he's a white show. Okay, perfect. He's a white show. Perfect.
Everyone's invited to the JCPenney Friends and Family Sale. Save up to 30% on family dress-up apparel and help your crew look its best all spring long. Plus, clean up real nice with Home Expressions quick-dry bath towels, only $7.99. The deals get sweeter with your extra 30% off coupon. And there's even more to save across the store. Celebrate through Sunday. JCPenney offers valid on select items through 3/26. Exclusions apply. See store or jcp.com for details.
I don't know where Kayla is, but she's supposed to be here with you. But as far as I can tell, she's not here. Are you okay by yourself for a bit? You'll make do?
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm fine. But, I'm going to try to find somebody to come in here though in case you need to get up.
Well, I would like to hold my little heart. I would like to hold my little heart. Send me away, send me away, send me away, send me my way, send me away, send me away, send me my way. I would like to reach out my hand and tell you run. As if the don't make me afraid, go and hurt. Tell you run. As if the well, I would like to hold my hand. I would like to hold my
Okay, we're going to get started with our next session. The block editor, full site editing for freelancers and agencies. This is King Copenhagen. He's going to talk to you about how you can integrate the concepts like theme.json, block variations, block styles into your current work for clients who require and deserve more flexible customizations. Let's welcome him. Thanks.
Thanks, everybody. Yeah, trying to get this a little closer here. So yeah, today we're going to be talking about the block editor and full site editing, specifically for those of us who are freelancers or run agencies. So hopefully, you come with questions that we have time for at the end. I'm going to show a bunch of demos, which should be helpful, and we'll go from there. So anybody, just a quick show of hands, has built and shipped ACF, or you're doing no classic editor, no TinyMC anymore? Okay, so a couple, but I was hopeful that there wouldn't be too many hands, because that's why y'all are here, right? So WordPress is moving faster than ever, it seems like. It's, from the early days when I started working on WordPress sites, like there was a notable blog post or something that you need to kind of learn or catch up on every once in a while. Now it seems like the teams that are working on all of the new exciting stuff are like adding new things every week, every 2 weeks or so. So it can be hard to keep up, especially if you're trying to manage getting your client work done with trying to improve your skills and grow as someone who builds WordPress sites. The block editor itself has been around for about 5 years-ish, and the full site editor has been around for just a couple, but it's very quickly becoming kind of a part of the core WordPress experience. So it's something we need to take into account. But this is me, especially when we got a new project that was like all this full site editing stuff I've been hearing about and the designs I'm seeing for this new project, like it feels like this would be a great fit for that sort of thing. But I felt super behind in that I didn't really understand or was kind of unable to parse all of the various things that you would need to take on a build like that. So as we started going through it, that's where we kind of learned, okay, this is how blocks work, this is how blocks work with full site editing and all of that, and we were able to kind of pick and choose the pieces that we needed. But a struggle that we found was that the existing documentation, a lot of the full site editor, block editor documentation out there, sorry about that, is not really geared towards people who are building client sites. A lot of it is for, hey, here's how you build a theme that you can put up on the repo and you can release to 1,000 people. But there's a lot of people out there, myself included, who are building a theme for a client who is going to use it in the way that it's designed. It doesn't need to be infinitely flexible. It needs to be useful and it needs to have all the features they need. But there's not a ton of documentation that we were able to find that speaks to kind of that group of people. So that's a little bit what this talk is going to be about, because the documentation and all of this stuff that's out there really assumes that everything needs to be infinitely flexible. And for a lot of things that we're doing for our clients and other people are doing as well, like that's not always an asset. That can be a little bit overwhelming. So this is my amateur Photoshop skills, but basically this is kind of how we felt when we started looking into all these tools. There's things like block variations and block patterns, and you've got reusable blocks and block styles, and then template parts, which when we were writing PHP meant something, and now it maybe means something a little different, but it's kind of hard to tell. And we've got all these different things. Like there's all this great kind of experimentation and creation going on in the WordPress space. But it can be tough when you open the toolbox and there's all these things in here, like which one of these do I actually need to reach for, right? So that's the difficult thing. And yeah, the tools you have to learn how to use them, but for us, the overwhelming part of it was we have all these things, which of them do we use so that we don't run into issues 6 months from now and the site continues to work as we need it to. So my hope for this talk is it's kind of the cheat sheet. What I was really looking for when we started this whole process a few months ago was, okay, I understand kind of what a block style is. When do I want to use a block style? With my old kind of workflow, we relied very heavily on advanced custom fields and all of that. And I got pretty good at, when I looked at a design or I got a request from a client, I already started to have kind of an idea of how I would probably implement that, which piece of ACF I would reach for, that sort of thing. And with all this new block stuff, I didn't feel like I had that mental model. So that's what I'm hoping for here. We're going to run through some of these concepts and talk about when you might use them and how kind of to think about some of these new things. So we're going to look at some block editor stuff. We're going to take a brief journey into some custom block development. There's been a ton written and spoken about that, but we're going to talk about how we think about that a little bit. And then kind of the piece that's still the newest to me, and I think most everyone, is how does all of that then fit into full-site editing? And we're going to have plenty of time for questions as well. So cool. So a lot of what we started using and relying on was the kind of scaffold from 10up, which is another WordPress agency. The slides for this will be kind of available after, so don't worry about, there's links in here and things that will be helpful to have, but you'll be able to have those, don't have to worry about scribbling them down. But 10up is a WordPress agency, and they built this kind of starter theme that has all of the build tooling and all of the things that if you come from a PHP world that you don't necessarily want to think about or handle. So that's kind of the reference that we used when we started thinking about and building these things. So I wanted to put a link to that in there. And then we basically just said, okay, we need a theme that has each of these pieces, just like one of them in it, just for kind of our own learning and as a repository that we can then, you know, show to new developers that we're bringing on and working with, or just kind of be all on the same page about what these concepts are. So if that would be helpful to you, it is here on GitHub, and it's going to have a lot of the code that we're going to go through today. Cool. So the first concept I want to talk about is block styles. So block styles, you may have seen these before. They exist in a lot of the core blocks, but if we go over here to our WordPress dashboard, we can see what a block style looks like. Probably the most common one that you've seen maybe is on the image block. So I'm going to zoom this in a little bit to see how this works. But when you have an image block here, over in the sidebar, you get options for different styles, right? So if we have our image block, we can either have it default or have it rounded. You can see that if we hover on these, we get a nice little preview of how that's going to look. And so it allows us to not have to do any custom block controls or anything like that. If we just want to change the appearance of how a block works, that is how we do that. So one case where we found this super helpful was actually using the heading blocks. So our client wanted to have a few different heading styles. So we have kind of our standard heading here, which is just the H2 that you would expect. But in certain cases, we wanted it to potentially have a border on the side, or even have kind of a bubble on the side, right? And so we added these two block styles. And what happens when you add a block style, so we're just going to look at this with border example here. What's actually happening under the hood is that WordPress is just adding a CSS class to the block. So that's all that's happening with this control. Is if you click with bubble, now we have, you know, our bubble heading class, which that's super clean, because what you can then do is you can just write CSS that targets those, like those classes, right? So this is, I had to do some weird stuff to get the bubble working properly, so that's why this is kind of a mess of CSS. But you can see here with our headings, with our bordered heading style, all it does is it just adds a left 4-pixel border. It adds some padding so that it spaces it out from the text, and it transforms it to uppercase. So that's all that's happening with a block style, is it's applying that CSS class, and then the fact that our CSS is loading in the editor as well as loading on the front end means that we get that change kind of reflected in real time. So this is kind of the most basic customization you can do. If you don't want to worry about controls or anything like that, you can just register block styles. And actually, you can do that in PHP. If you're not comfortable learning JavaScript deeply just yet, a lot of what we can do is still possible in PHP. Sorry, Mr. Mullenweg, for that opinion, but we can register block styles right here. You can see that we can just specify we want to register the style on the heading block, and all we have to do is give it a name, which is how WordPress decides what CSS class to add to the element, and then we have to give it a label, and that label is what shows up here under our block styles. So that's block styles. And when thinking about when we want to use block styles, the key thing here is if we have a block that we like and we want to make a purely visual difference, right? So the heading, we didn't add any other controls, so we just wanted to talk about whether it had a border or whether it had a bubble, like purely visual things. That's when block styles are super helpful. If the existing block kind of gives you everything you need, you just need to modify the look and feel of it. The block style can be the easiest way to do that. So headings, yeah, images like we talked about. Another popular use of block styles is you have like a full quote where it needs to have a little bit different treatment, like a quotation mark icon or something. That's a really helpful time to use block styles as well. So it gives you a lot of flexibility with how things look, but it doesn't create a new block in the editor for people to choose separately. Those controls are kind of in the block that you're modifying. So that sometimes is not everything that we need, right? So that brings us to the concept of block variations. A block variation is kind of what it sounds like. You are taking an existing block, and instead of just adding a style to it, you're kind of modifying it and adding other things to it as well. So in this case, we have a block that I actually didn't know existed in the WordPress editor, which is this media and text block. This is a really common thing that we do for clients at the time. They want an image that takes up 50% of the width, and they want kind of some text, either like a bulleted list or like, here's how our company helps people on the right. So that's basically what this gives you. But what we found is for certain sites that we were building, the one that kind of inspired this talk in particular, we always wanted that media and text block to kind of come pre-configured a little bit. So we always wanted kind of the brand color for the site to be the background of the text area. We wanted it to have some other blocks like already set up in it. And so one of the tools we reached for there was block variations. So basically how this works is, you can find it here. This is a little bit of JavaScript. I'm not sure if you can do this in PHP, but JavaScript is the easiest way to do that. So what we did was we registered a block variation. We said we want to vary the kind of media text block when we were just looking at. And we just wanted to call it like our custom 50/50 block. So the interesting thing about variations is this one thing that I want to call out here, this is default, right? So this is a parameter that you can pass to a block variation. And you can basically say, okay, this is the one that I want to be the default, which means that the core kind of media and text block won't show up in the block selector when you search for it anymore. So if you're kind of truly wanting to lock everything down and not give people access to those core blocks because you know that your variation will be used in all cases, that can be super helpful. And then you can also pass it inner blocks, which is what, so I was just talking about, we wanted to have a very similar layout for this block everywhere it showed up on the site. So we wanted to give it kind of a heading with a placeholder that told people they can type in there. We wanted to give it a paragraph for some text, and then we wanted to give it a kind of call to action button. So you can specify all of this when you register the block variation. And then what happens is when you, so here's our block that we already, that's just kind of the default core block. If we insert one after and we look for our 50/50 block, it shows up in the block selector just like any normal core block. You didn't have to register an entire block. We're just saying, we kind of just want the core one, but with a little bit of variation into it. And you can see that when we click that, now we have this block kind of pre-configured with how we want it, right? So you can see that it's very similar to what the core block gives us, but we already have our heading here. We've got space for text. And so it makes it a lot more obvious to someone who's putting in content what they're expected to put here to match with what the design has specified. So this is still powerful in that if you want to make modifications to what's here, you can still do that. They're all just core blocks in the end. So it just gives you like a good starting point. So that's block variations. When to use block variations? So if you, number one, want your kind of custom implementation of whatever you're doing to show up in that block selector, but you still don't really need like the controls or everything that you would need from a custom block, like block variations can be super great for that. Because like you saw, it does show up in that selector when you pick it. If you also want to kind of replace the core version of the block that you're creating a variation for, that's a good time to use this as well. So the core like social block that gives you all those different social icons, each of the icon blocks themselves are a variation of the social block. So that's a good use case for that. Or kind of what we just looked at where we always want a core block, but in a specific like configuration. or design feel, like that's another powerful case for block variations. Cool. Block patterns. So block patterns launched a little while ago and kind of are just another tool that lets you build pages and things much more quickly. So this area over here on the left, I'm gonna actually go into WordPress and show this because it's a little hard to see. So when you have the block inserter open, you can kind of pick blocks as you normally would, or you can look at what are called patterns. So patterns are basically groups of blocks that have been kind of pre-arranged, pre-done. They're usually a little bit more extensive than kind of what we just looked at with variations. So that was the thing that I kind of had to wrap my head around of like, what's the difference between a variation and a pattern? Because like we saw with the variation, you can specify like all the inner blocks that already get pre-populated, et cetera. But block patterns are kind of entire pieces of a site that you can just drop in, right? So for example, if we needed something like a pricing table, we can just kind of search for that. We click on a pricing table. I was still inside my media block. That's not what I want that. But you can see that like it drops in all of the blocks as part of the pattern. And in just the same way as we saw with variations, hold on, I'm gonna fix this because this is annoying. It actually, like all the blocks that it drops in are still just core blocks. So once you have your pattern here, search back to it. Right, so we've got a pricing table. Now, each of these, like this is just a paragraph block. This is just an H2, a heading block, right? These are button blocks with kind of our groups and everything's just already pre-configured. So if you have a piece of content or something that's going to go on lots of different pages or going to need to be inserted frequently, making it a block pattern can be a super helpful way to do that, especially if it's a little bit more complicated than just one block or like uses multiple different blocks that we have here. So registering this, I'm going to zoom this up a little bit. Registering block patterns is kind of, again, we can do this in PHP as well. We just have to give it some basic information, title, description. And the content then you can see is the kind of HTML version of each of these blocks that we want to contain it. So there's still tooling being developed around making these easier to build in the first place, as opposed to having to like write all that HTML by hand. WP Engine actually recently just launched into beta kind of their pattern manager. So that's going to be a really cool tool and that will help people do block patterns more easily. But if you want to just register it in PHP and say, hey, here's something that's available to everyone who's using my theme or plugin now, you can do that. So again, block patterns are a useful tool to reach for when you want to use core or third-party blocks like grouped in a specific way, and you want people to just be able to drop all of that into a page or a post wherever they can do that. So pricing table is a good example. Also, if you want every article to have a table of contents, something like that. That could be a good time to use block patterns as well. Cool. So that brings us to completely custom blocks. There's been this was kind of the first thing that people started working on and experimenting on when the block editor came to be, because at the core of the block editor is blocks, right? So someone had to build all of the blocks that are in core, and the next logical step was, okay, great, like now how can I build my own? So if you're familiar with ACF, Advanced Custom Fields, and if you've been using that for sites that you've built in the past, you can use Advanced Custom Fields to build blocks. And in fact, there's going to be a talk in this room later today about how to kind of transition some of your old Advanced Custom Fields code into using blocks and to take more advantage of the block editor. But actually, if you are comfortable kind of picking up a couple new things, you can get some really interesting interfaces using Gutenberg components. So not to dive too deeply into JavaScript land, but the Gutenberg block editor is built using a technology called React. And a core principle of React is that everything is a component, right? So the way that the editor was built, all of the individual kind of button toggles and like these hover menus and all that stuff are all little JavaScript components. And so if you go, I thought I had this up. At developer.wordpress.org, there's this page that's called the component reference. And so basically what the developers of the block editor have done have made all of these components usable and accessible to anyone kind of extending the block editor. So if you're familiar with the cover block that has the position, like the focal point picker to like pick where you want the background image to line up. We can do collaborate. But all of these components that you see over here in the sidebar are usable as components that you can build in your own blocks as well. So again, they're all here. This is kind of an overwhelming list. And so what I've really found useful is to find themes or plugins that are implementing these controls and kind of just looking at the code and how that's running there. So the big thing there is though, you don't have to implement your own kind of entirely custom interface. You can lean on a lot of the work that the core team and people who have been working really hard to build this editor have done. And that just makes a more consistent interface for people who are using the site as well, in addition to you not having to re-implement all of the code. So let's talk a little bit more specifically about how we can do this, right? So we talked a little bit before about this tenant theme. So we're gonna take a look at that and how they do that. So inside the theme, we have this includes folder, and we have a block. So each custom block in here has a few different files associated with it. It has block.json, which, if you're familiar with theme.json, a little bit similar, but essentially it defines kind of all of the attributes that the block needs to have. So this example block just has a title. If you're coming from kind of the ACF world, think about this as like each field that you would register and then give a name and tell it what type of field it was, whether it's like text or an image picker or something like that. That's essentially what we're doing here with attributes. So for this example, we're just saying, okay, great, we have a title. It's a string, which means it can just take kind of any sort of text. So it's kind of just a basic definition, but it tells WordPress, like, here's all the information about this block that you might need. And then, like, this is a thing that you maybe wouldn't expect. If we're talking about custom block development, right? A PHP file, right? When I started learning about all this stuff, I assumed that, like, hey, everything is JavaScript now. I'm going to have to do JavaScript, etc. But the way that this is actually set up, you can write a PHP template just like you would if you're kind of doing post-meta or using ACF or anything like that. That just gets all of the attributes from the block as it's configured. So essentially, like this, if you kind of have been using ACF and building templates in PHP, like this is still very much the same. So right here, all this block is doing is just spitting out whatever the title attribute is. And then kind of the heavy lifting piece of this is this edit.js file. So we're going to skip over a lot of this because it's not super relevant to what we're doing. But essentially, after all the kind of stuff gets included here, you can write your markup for how you want your block to render in the editor, right? So that's basically this, using this rich text component means that you can, just like you would with a heading block, get a kind of place where you can type whatever you want the block title to be. And this onChange function right here takes care of whenever you type something, it saves it into the attribute for the title, which means that your front-end template will be able to render it out on the front end, etc. So this is all super cool, but a lot of people, myself included, like looked at this and said, okay, great, so now I have to build the front end of the site, and I could do that in PHP still, but now I also have to build these like JavaScript things, and like I have to also rebuild my block in the editor and like figure out which components to use. Like that's like twice as much work basically, and I don't think I can do that. Which is where we get this thing called server-side render. So server-side render, importantly, they heavily caveat in this post that it shouldn't be like your go-to tool in your toolbox. But it's super powerful because what it says is it just renders whatever the front end of your block would be in the editor. So if you don't necessarily care about kind of making people be able to like edit the block directly in the editor, you can put any kind of editing controls you need over here in the sidebar. But server-side render basically just says, okay, like go render the block like it would on the front of the site and put it right here in the editor. So that makes it super powerful because you can then, like, that really is kind of the WYSIWYG, like what you see is what you get concept. And as you're kind of updating these settings over here, that block will just re-render and kind of in real time show you what you are building. So again, we've relied on that pretty heavily, just because we're not at the place right now where we can build these like JavaScript interfaces in the editor yet. But for some blocks, it's useful. And if you're, again, not having to build a custom block and using things like variations and styles and all that, you get that more like core editor experience. So server-side render can be really helpful as a tool to not have to kind of rebuild your interfaces in JavaScript as well. Cool. So that brings us to full-site editing. And this is kind of where my brain broke at first, because I was used to, ever since I've been using the block editor, it's like, okay, in the context of editing a post or editing a page or whatever. And so that's kind of what we've been doing this whole time, is just doing stuff in the context of the page. And so when I heard like, great, we have full-site editing now, everything's a block. Okay, that's kind of weird. I don't really understand how that works. But here's how it works. So it's under appearance. If you have a theme enabled that is configured to be able to take advantage of full-site editing, you will get this editor item here. And when you click on that, it takes you into an editor that looks very familiar with what we've just been looking at, right? So instead of editing a single page or post, we can see up here that this is showing me what my homepage is going to look like. So this kind of main area is just the same block editor that we've already been using. So we can drop any sort of blocks in here, we can kind of configure it however we want to, and that's how it leverages the block editor, which is great because that means that all of the block styles and block variations and custom blocks and all of that stuff that you've built now is accessible in other areas of your site. So if you built a cool like quote block for your kind of main post content, but on a specific page, you think, oh, it'd really be useful to like put a client testimonial in the sidebar or somewhere else and like reuse that quote block and not have to rebuild it. You can do that sort of thing with full-site editing. And what we found super helpful with this is the concept of template parts. So template parts, again, coming from like the PHP early days of WordPress way, were basically kind of a separate PHP file that we use to, break certain pieces that we wanted to be reusable out of our main templates and like be able to just kind of stack those together and all that stuff. In the concept of full-site editing, template parts are similar, right? So we have two template parts set up here, kind of a basic header and a basic footer. Instead of PHP though, the template parts, here's the header, are written in HTML. So you can see I've got header.html here, and this is just my basic heading block that says header. So you can build these with blocks. You can then grab the HTML, put them into an HTML file, and then you get a reusable template part. The nice thing is, because again, this is still just blocks, if you want to edit that, you can then go in and edit your header, right? And you've got now it's a block, right? So you can do that, edit those sorts of things, and everything just kind of blocks all the way down, essentially. So we haven't fully kind of stepped into this full-site editing world yet, but we're kind of experimenting with and using pieces of these tools to help us kind of build things for clients. So like I was saying before, a lot of what we've been able to learn and do with this is because of like the great examples and tools that are online. So this theme was kind of one of the more comprehensive like full-site editing themes that we found. And we stole a bunch of code from. It's up on the repo, and you can kind of look under the hood a little bit and see kind of, oh, here's how they're doing template parts, or here's how they're like implementing a lot of these features. And it's a super helpful way to learn. So adopting all of this all at once can be super intimidating, and I understand that because we kind of went through that. We looked at everything, we're like, great, like this project needs to ship in 6 months, and like we can't, spend all the time learning all this stuff, like use everything. So really, you just need to kind of pick and choose what you need. So hopefully this was helpful to kind of give you a broad exposure to a lot of these different tools. And I hope some of the wheels are already turning a little bit about how you might use these sorts of things on your next project. But yeah, kind of pick things up as you go, and then you'll have, you know, that other tool that you know how to reach for. So that's everything I've got. We have some time for questions, I think, still. So love to answer those. Yeah. So the question was, when we were talking about block variations, is the only way to do those to write like code as opposed to being able to do that in the back end? My answer to that is I'm not sure. There is a tool that I need to dig into more. It's called Create Block Theme, I think. And it basically, from what I've understood about it, it's a plugin that lets you kind of create exactly what you're talking about, basically like do a lot of this kind of theme creation work from the back end. As a developer, that breaks my brain a little bit because I don't really understand how that's possible. Like I want to like, here's my editor where I feel comfortable writing code to make this. But I do think that the kind of general direction that a lot of this stuff is taking is a lot of like, okay, yeah, like we want to just make it possible to do everything in the admin like you can with some of the other website building tools that are out there. Yeah. But as of right now, the only way that I know to create a variation is to, yeah, do it through code. Cool. Yes. Back there? Oh, sorry. Out of which? Yeah, I'll repeat one second. So the question was, do you have to create a plugin to have all of these elements that we just showed, like included on your site, basically? Yeah, so either a plugin or a theme, right? So the way that it's implemented here is it's a theme that implements these like styles and variations and all that. It's really kind of personal preference as to whether you do it as a plugin or a theme. That's been a debated topic since the early days of WordPress. But for us, like, we are building something for a client who we know is going to use this theme because we're building it custom for them. So we don't have to worry about, well, if they change themes, like that's just not going to happen. So we include most of the stuff in the theme. Yeah. Yeah, we have one over here. Sorry, making you run back and forth.
What are the main benefits of registering blocks this way as opposed to ACF?
Okay, good question. What are the main benefits of registering blocks this way as opposed to ACF? So for me personally, registering blocks and kind of dealing with blocks in this way lets you kind of have an editing experience that's a lot closer to what you get with core. ACF, I think, is starting to use more of the core components, but you know, it's always been a thing where like if you log into a site, you can log automatically using ACF because some of the editing components are just a little bit different. That, and for some of the blocks that we've built this way, we've needed more control than ACF could provide. So for example, we had a block where it needed to go hit an API, get some data, and then use that data to like populate what was in the block. And I would be happy to be educated on, but I don't know of a way to have an ACF like block field, any of that, like make an external request and get data. So for some of the stuff that we need to do a little bit more custom, it does give you the more flexibility. But the trade-off is with ACF, a lot of it's already built, and you just kind of drop it in. So that's where using those pre-built components comes in handy, because once you learn how to implement those, you do get a very similar experience. You can just reach for stuff off the shelf like you would with ACF. Cool. We have one more over here, I think. So. Yeah, right here in the middle.
Yeah, are there any options to change some settings globally, like changing the color, throwing typeface?
Yes, the question was, are there any options to change things globally? And we mentioned this in the intro and then didn't even go into it. So there is, in the root of this theme here that we have, this file called theme.json. And essentially, this is where a lot of those global configuration settings go. So for example, you can see here that I've defined this color palette. We've got 4 different colors, and those are just like our brand colors. But what that enables then is that when you are editing a post, and you have, we saw it with the cover block, these are the 4 colors that we've defined in the file, right? So it gives you that the kind of like, yeah, the default options. And theme.json, there's more stuff that's continually added to it. It's become super comprehensive. You can specify things like spacing between blocks and like whether certain blocks should always have margin or like whatever, that sort of thing. And so in a lot of cases, it can save you from having to write your own CSS because you can just define it there. But again, like we use this as a like, use the pieces we want and you don't have to use everything. Like here, we're only just doing the colors, that's it. But yeah, if that's the kind of control you want to do, looking at theme.json, that would be great. Yeah.
Is there going to be any tooling? JSON's terrible, right? Even for developers, it's just annoying.
Sure.
Is there going to be any tooling that, you know, that works like any GUI?
Yeah, so the question was, it's annoying to write JSON as a developer. I would agree with that. Like this is not like super comfortable to like type out. So the question is there any tooling or anything that's being built around being able to kind of like programmatically, or not programmatically, but have an interface where you can just like specify all these options and then it will just give you a fully written file. None that I know of. I think this this create block theme plugin would be probably the closest thing because it's, again, like the idea is that you kind of configure all those things inside there and it gives you a fully built out theme, which I'm assuming would include a theme.json. But yeah, no, I think right now writing it by hand is kind of the way to go, which is also why I don't use every option in there because it's kind of just like, it's easier to just use what we need. Cool. All right, well, there's nothing else. I'm going to be around the rest of the day today, so come find me and ask if you have specific questions about stuff that you're building that you just want to kind of talk about one-on-one. Happy to do that. But yeah, thanks, y'all.
Yeah, do you like doing the timing part or just totally up to you? I was supposed to be at the front desk, but like there's a lot of action there today. Okay, I was in the other room all morning, so this is like my second. I'll do the intros. He's stressed out when they don't see me. Well, you know, I spoke for the first time yesterday. Out there, giant light back there's like a giant light.
Yeah, that's
So, Sandra, and are you in Phoenix? Okay. I'm Seattle. Yeah.
basically there was the concept and actually they introduced something similar in the React context.
Oh, okay. So you're creating your own website for your own business, and then did you do it for other people too? Right. Yes.
Yeah, so that's
Hi, are you speaking next? Yeah. Oh, great.
my name's Cami. I'm going to introduce you. Is there anything that I should add that's not on your bio type thing? Or okay, like where are you from?
So we have.
I just New York. Yeah. Okay, great. So welcome to the West Coast. I'm from Seattle, so the heat here. I mean, it's not this nice.
So is there anything?
Well, here's I'll introduce you.
Yeah, so.
So yeah, D&D hosting is the hosting company. They're out of the Midwest, really inexpensive. The SSU, and they have very good support, just chat. But they're just
Yeah.
In 2 days. Yeah, put it in your notes. Oh, right. Yeah. If that's for you. When you open up the talk, it loses the time. Okay. It would just be It was just there last weekend. Brenda, it's a podcast for WordPress. And so I went to have lunch with he and his wife.
Well, too good.
Yeah, they're getting the setup over there. I'm going to intro. Thank you for the cutie.
I just had so much fun. I just walked around and just gave cuties out of random people. And I was so happy.
I wish I could put the feels of like my eyeballs right now. It feels like my eyes are so.
Oh, really?
No, I brought some. I have some just after this talk. So it's something about it.
Oh, yeah. I my nose started bleeding.
Yeah, I feel like
Yeah, it's like, can I give you a bottle of water with that on? Yeah. You want one?
I got one. Thank you. I am on the planning team in Seattle. I've been there since 2013. I was the brand ambassador as a customer for Daddy Profile. I still use Managed WP, which is one of their products. And so I met a bunch of people. And so my parents, family helped me last time I wanted to see because I was just so busy. And so when I decided to apply, I decided to apply here because I could see friends and if I got picked, This is, I don't know, my fourth trip here. I think it lasts 4 years. I think so. Yeah, I think it went pretty well. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I was very nervous. It's hard. I did, and I practiced that. I couldn't stop it. I practiced. Yeah, it was really, yeah. All my 9 years didn't come true. I didn't even have notes on my slides. It was so much my visual cue. Yeah, and it was Alright, so I'll do this. I'll go stand up here when I see her come in. I'll go back to do the intro. Okay. Hi, everyone. I am here to introduce Femi Lewis, who is our next speaker. I met Femi yesterday because we were wearing similar shoes, but she has upped her game today to do her presentation for you. Femi is a New York City-based writer, and she specializes in entrepreneurship. She's the founder of a content marketing firm called Femi Writes. What a great name. She provides content coaching and strategy sessions to small business owners. Her work has appeared on digital platforms such as The Balance Small Business, Quizlet, and Finura, and in media outlets such as Black Enterprise, the South Florida Sun Centennial, Fort Worth Star Telegram, and the Kansas City Star. So please give her a warm welcome today.
I'll hold it. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so let's get started. We're going to talk about building our online presence, and I'm going to share 5 brainstorming exercises that are going to help you develop your content strategy. So I know I already got like the best introduction ever, but I just wanted to share this with you. This is like my mantra, that dope content empowers entrepreneurs. So warning, right? I love hip hop culture, and so interspersed in this, you will get some of that. So just know I coach, I create, I edit. My website is Femi Writes, and I mostly am on Instagram at Femi Writes. Sometimes I show up at LinkedIn. So if you're interested, you don't necessarily have to take notes. You can just kind of marinate on what we're saying today. But I have actually a little workbook for you with all of the brainstorming exercises that you need to do. And you can just scan and get it going. Okay. So, icebreaker. Sure.
Thank you.
No problem. I still see a few people getting it, so that makes me feel good. You want my freebie? Okay. It comes on at the end as well. So, all right, so icebreaker. Who here knows of Public Enemy? I got a couple hands, okay? So my favorite Public Enemy song is Don't Believe the Hype, right? And what they do is they kind of posit for people ideas that people present that they believe are true, but really aren't true, okay? So we're gonna play a little game called Don't Believe the Hype. So I'm gonna give you a couple statements. If you believe the hype, say believe the hype. If you don't believe the hype, what do you think you need to say? Don't believe the hype. So here's the best one. AI writing tools will make content creation process obsolete. Okay, we got it. Don't believe the hype. That's right. Okay, posting on social media daily will help you make sales. So I got some believe the hypes and don't believe the hype. So we'll talk a little bit about that. Content strategy is the same as content plan. Okay, we're on a good page. I appreciate this because sometimes I have to take people outside and dog walk them for them to understand it is not the same thing. So we're gonna get into it now. That's right, believe the hype. Okay, so what's the purpose of developing an online presence? So I know that a lot of content creators or strategists will tell you, create a social media strategy, have an email marketing strategy. I do things a little bit different, right? So I believe that those 3 things need to work in synergy. Your website, your social media, and your email list. And at the heart of it is a content strategy. You can plan all of it out together, but you need those things to build your online presence. And in order to do that, you're gonna need it so that you can build your business credibility, generate your leads, establish relationships, and make your money. So this is something that I developed for my clients, and I talk about it a lot on Instagram. It's called the SPA method. And what I do is I say, let's create a strategy. Then let's plan. Let's produce that content, promote it, analyze it over 90 days, and then use that to rinse and repeat. Okay? And when you do that, you're able to reach your audience, continue to build your awareness, interest, and nurture that audience. And again, make your money. You see what I'm saying? You need that money. So, here's another way that I want you to think about strategy instead of a plan. Your strategy is going to provide you with clarity to develop a strong content plan, and then that will allow you to carry through with production, promotion, and analytics. We're going to take this a step further. When you think about your content strategy, it's an opportunity for you to look inward at yourself as an entrepreneur and your business. And it's another opportunity for you to look outward at your industry, your target audience, and your competitors. So I equate content strategy to like your soul work, okay? If you are a cook, how many of you in here are good cooks? Okay, so what do you need more than anything when you're a good cook? A recipe? Seasoning. Okay? So your content strategy is your seasoning. It is the base of everything that you do, right? If you start with olive oil and garlic, add other things in, and then layer, that's how you need to think about your content strategy. Okay? Your content plan and production is different. That is actionable and tactical things that you do with content. Okay? And that can be creating your content calendar, posting to social media, using AI to organize and outline. But it does not ever replace the work you have to do in your content strategy. So these are the things that we're going to do today in terms of building a content strategy. And we're going to define ourselves, explain the uniqueness of our businesses. We're going to identify our target audience, and then we're going to research our direct and indirect competitors. So first thing we need to do is define who we are as entrepreneurs. Now I know for some of us, we feel like, oh, I'm a web designer, I'm a content creator, I'm an e-commerce specialist. That's part of it. You bring so much more to the table than just those things, right? And so you really have to think hard about who you are, because if you don't know who you are, then no one else will. So this is the first exercise. I want you to think about who you are in your personal life.